Happy Saturday. We are back with Difficult Terrain, and we're going to start by, I guess, introducing ourselves as per usual. So I am going to pass it off to Nenners, because Nenners. Introduce yourself, Nenners.
Well, I think I've already been introduced, but I'm Nenners. I play Valen, the resident grump / dad / he's almost too old for this shit guy in our group right now. So yeah, trying to think of. I'm usually hanging out with Foos here. She has me as some kind of indentured DM servant. I'm now DMing 2 games, Wednesday and Friday, and there's possibly another one. I don't know. So if you see me out there, help. If not, hope you enjoy. Dubs, it's on you, son.
Hello, I am the Dubs, father of the Nubs, husband to the Foos. I play Pedrono, the half-orc cleric. I keep the team alive-ish, sort of. To Flandy. Hello, Flandy.
This is I, the Flandy. It is chilly, where I am bundled up.
Oh.
I play the Paladin, Ryland. He is Aaron.
Why are these intros so robotic right now?
Just to change it up, so let's change it up. He's a paladin of Myliki, and he affectionately refers to her as Unicorn Lady, and he doesn't get smitten. So there's that. I'm gonna pass it off to Waggly Wagglies, and then I would vote that we all try and introduce Maya for Maya.
Maya sent me a write-up of her introduction, and I'm once again going to have everyone roll to see who gets the honor and glory of introducing Maya.
Awesome.
But anyway, Flynn, do you
Yeah.
pass it off?
Yeah, he passed it off to me. Hey everybody, I'm Vogel, or Vogelstadel, or Vogely. I play Nirja Zaran, the Dragonborn Battlemaster Fighter, and she currently has no soul. It's probably in the weapon she's using, and she has one last demon to get out of her head, which is going to be fun. And she just discovered last time that dragons can be wizard-like, and she's not happy with that. And now I'm going to pass it off to the amazing Maya Papaya, who's in orange, the appropriate color of the fire.
She's so I need everybody to roll me a d20, and whoever rolls the highest will get the.
I got this. I can do it for her. Don't worry. I got this. All right.
Okay.
I'm Maya Papaya. I'm not. It's her. But she is the first of her name, of the Papaya name, and she is the queen of the glass cannons. That she oversees so very well. She's also the very talented and creative creator of the Imbella Knights scene and or game. Very awesome. Love it. Played it myself. 10 out of 10. She also has very nice hair.
Yes. Agreed.
That's all I got.
She does. We love Maya to death. And not wanting to interrupt this incredible introduction she gave, I guess I shall read it out. My name is Maya. I am currently an egg. The end. It's apparently Joe's introduction for you, Maya.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
I will follow in Anders' footsteps and say, I am Maya. I'm not Maya. She's Maya. And I play a sorceress named Irene, who has Phoenix power. And she typed it that way, so that's how I had to say it like that. Or she did until a weird, maybe virtuoso lich thingy shot her a whole bunch. She's currently in the midst of rethinking how she approaches the current slate of dangers in the city, and hopes she can rein in Valen's bloodlust. I will also mention you forgot an H in the name Valen, but that's okay. But with all the introductions aside, I am Foos the DM, and that's kind of it. I'm gonna hop into our recap now, and we'll hop back into Difficult Terrain. So last time on Difficult Terrain, The group was visiting the Royal Library inside the Pyramid Palace. They had a few stops within the Pyramid Palace, but for this one, they kind of got a moment to really research a bunch of topics that they were very interested in. With so many mysteries on their plates, there was attempts to research the Soul Seeker Dragon. There were attempts to research sort of magic and music and perhaps how they can work together, or if anyone ever mastered such things. Mostly kind of researching around the assassin. There was research into Talona. There was research into healing and such. So the team was really here kind of like digging into a bunch of different topics that they were all interested in. With a decent amount of success, unsurprisingly, the wizard was killing the investigation and doing amazing. In that time, however, Garai, the once city guard who was murdered and then resurrected by the Preventers, realized that this was sort of a downtime situation and that the vengeance that he was hoping to seek out was not happening while you guys were in the library. So he stepped away, as he has been sort of residing in the palace once you guys resurrected him. So he stepped away, but the rest of your team is still here. Everybody, like I mentioned, had moments to research things. You are currently still in the library, so if there's anything that you were like, I forgot, can I do this now? You have the opportunity to do that now before we move on. And I just want to say hi to the lovely Joe and Dragon at Rest in chat. So hello, thank you for being here. I know that the Preventers talked about various different sort of plans from here on out, some of which required a visit to Karugu, which is sort of the magic shop owner in the city. There was talks of investigating the Infinite a little bit more, as well as sort of reaching out to sort of enemy of my enemy, will hopefully help me out kind of situations. So there's a few different ways that the Preventers can handle the night, but the day really, you guys are kind of in like mid-afternoon-ish at this point. It's not wildly late in the day. You have plenty of time, but in over 24 hours is the gathering of the many minds that you guys have been calling a ball. So we're going to call it a ball. And I believe that's kind of it. From here, I will mention that 2 people have inspiration as per usual. So congratulations to Irene and Ryland. The 2 of you are the ones who have the inspiration tonight that expires. And hi, Chickadee. Thanks for visiting. And please enjoy your sleep if you sleep. And if you do not worry, because Dubs will fall asleep very soon.
No?
So you'll have a sleeping buddy with you live on stream. But anyway, that's it for the intro. I don't think I have anything else that I need to bother anybody else with. But again, I'm just going to remind everyone that you're still in the library. If there's anything you need to look into while you're here, you have that time. Or you can get out of here if you'd like.
Actually, Nirja is going to turn to Valen and say, so, Valen, you are the expert you are a resident expert in liches and the necromancy thing, but now we have these apparent liches that are manipulating and changing magic. How would you go about doing that, manipulating magic to do what you want it to do? And if so, do you think if you don't, is there a book here that or something that could help sort of guide us to learn about how they're potentially doing this?
Okay, that was a lot.
Yeah.
To me.
I apologize.
I just first and foremost, I know we're in a library, so we're good. But in less than polite company, I'd rather not be known as a lich hunter or aspirant. Might come off the wrong way.
Okay.
But to your point, I don't know what the queen is up to. And I think my sister might. She seemed to have an inside track on that, and possibly why she got expelled. I don't think anything that she does would be documented and available for people to research.
Right.
If she is what I think she is, She's been alive a very long time and is likely very, very far ahead of anybody else in regards to her goals. As far as I understand, there's no liches are individuals, first and foremost. So they might share a condition, if you will, but they don't typically have one overriding desire or goal set or anything beyond evading death. So there's
one-track minded.
There's no silver bullet really to this particular situation. We need to find out what she's after, and see if we can somehow dislodge that, and essentially go from there. So the Bobard person, I don't know.
Magic.
I don't know if they're a lich specifically. They might have use of a phylactery, and be using something else and something to that effect. But I don't know if in the truest sense you can consider it to be a lich.
Okay. But all of these enemies seem to be manipulating magic in a different way, right? Outside of the norm.
I don't know if the Bobard person's even using magic.
Oh.
So I don't think that's entirely accurate. In regards to the Mirceswa, yeah, a little bit. I mean, some of his stuff interacts with magic. We've been able to dispel and, remove his maladies through magic. So at least that's nice. But I don't know if magic, it's really souls, as far as I understand, that's is the foremost source of power here. It's coveted by devils and demons, which is possibly why they're here, or potentially a reason why they would be here. It's what's being twinned, and Melly kind of points towards Cadrono. People now living multiple lives. So I think that might be a more appropriate angle to go with, rather than magic in and of itself.
Oh, so maybe the demons, are showing them different ways to use souls, I guess, or providing them with souls. Maybe there's a give and take.
They're usually on the consumption's end of the bargain, typically. There are some that collect or whatever, but they're not usually the providers of. So I don't.
Okay.
I don't know. She's a queen of one of the more militaristic and if I may say so, probably powerful factions out there. I don't know how much else she really needs, right? If you're going for magic, you're looking for something else. If she's a lich, she's already evaded death. I don't know where this is going.
Exactly. That I'm just trying to see if there's any sort of edge or a way we could think about this differently, because they're obviously doing different things, and maybe, well, definitely now we know are collaborating. So I'm just trying to look at this from different angles to see how we could potentially fight back, or put a stop in their plans.
At the bottom of the infinite's definitely a new angle.
Fair point, but how do we know that is in relation to anything that we're doing, just other than the fact that it didn't let you anywhere near it?
It's the one, truly large source of power here.
That
It didn't kill me. It just removed me from its presence.
There are, as I'm sure you know, dozens of other colossal cities with higher populations, higher uses of magic, wonders of their own. I mean, Waterdeep is called the City of Splendors. I mean, they're here for a reason. There's something to this location, and the Infinite seems like a good place to start, if not the part of the reason that they're here.
Okay. All right, so maybe that's our next stop then.
Did you know this book says you can make soups out of seaweed?
Oh, that actually might be quite useful. Well, when we are near a place that has enough.
Sounds delicious.
I do quite like seaweed.
Flandy's
Never had
artwork
it.
is killing me because every time I look at you, because you made the eyes like too
Yep.
big, so I just feel like he's like, like every
just a
time you
glow.
spoke, I'm just,
It's just a
I know,
solid glow.
so I apologize. Go ahead.
Okay, so I mean, we could always come back here. I just want to make sure we get as much out of this trip as possible. So I guess our next stop is in fact the Infinite. So actually, I'm kind of wondering. So the Infinite is the source of power in the city, and people drink from it, right? So, but are people going down every day to drink from the water, or is there a circulation under the city? Is it?
Yeah, you fought by a fountain like yesterday.
Oh yes, I forgot. Okay. So we tried to go and hear me out and say if I am just barking up the wrong tree. If we went in just directly to the Infinite and we were blocked, let's learn from that. Maybe we should go in through a fountain. They have to lead to the same source, right?
Two concerns with the fountain. One, it's probably not designed for giant travel, as you said.
I'm
large.
more worried about the breathing aspect. That's a long way to go to not breathe.
Okay.
That if it fails, he's going to be drowning and traveling for who knows how long. You're likely going against the current, 2. And
knowing-
3, if he gets ejected again, he's going to get slammed right into what is probably stone tile. And possibly repeatedly if the trigger for being rejected is still present.
Okay.
I will also mention, you guys know, I forgot who explained it to you. One of the town natives did, but they explained that the fountains and everything else that pulls water from the Infinite is all throughout from conjuration magic. So it's not, there's no tunnels that is known of underneath. It's more just like it's pulling directly from the source and like repurposing it in a different place.
Yeah. Okay.
So, for example, so it's not like a well kind of system. Like you wouldn't be able to like dive into the rest of the water sort of situation.
I don't remember if Nirja was in on that conversation or not, so I just assumed that she had no idea.
I know the group. Someone knows, so that's why I'm explaining. But no worries, you're all set.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So, but that's my my father was very good at siege warfare. That was his specialty. So. Sometimes in siege warfare, when you can't get in by knocking down the walls, you find another way in. And a lot of times there are aqueducts or other means of letting water and waste out of a city or fortified position. So I agree with you. Maybe it's not great to be in a very tight space underground and whatnot, especially because we don't know where this how exactly, well, we do kind of know how the water is getting to the wells and things like that. I'm just wondering if there's, it can't only be magic, can it? That's
I think the bigger issue for us was just that it likely saw Ryland as the giant shark as a threat and ejected him as such. I don't believe Irene was subject to that. So I just would rather take the most direct path if possible just for another look, because we didn't really have a good swing at it. We didn't know what we were looking at. We were just going to see what we could see and come back. So now that we know that something's there, we can prepare for that and see if there's any way to communicate, gain entry, see if there's another specific place to go in, that kind of thing. And if we really, really want to take this approach, and the other thing too is if we get more solid information, we can actually go to the kings and say, hey, there's a demonic baby floating in your Infinite. We'd like to take a look. And
baby.
I don't think it was demonic.
I don't know about that. Sometimes the screams make me think that they are. When babies scream and things like that.
Just the an example. I wasn't hypothesizing that it was demonic, but as I'm pretty sure they don't. The life cycle isn't really. Anyway, what we'll need to do.
All right, so Valen, so your idea is that we go back to the infinite, and we allow Irene to do more exploration, and maybe don't turn Ryland into a predator per se.
Specifically,
I also probably need to get rid of this thing before we do that.
Which means I might have to talk to Salona first, or at least seek her out.
What? No,
What?
no, not that thing. The eye thing. Maybe
Yeah.
that too.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So,
I
yeah,
have 1 5th level slot. If you,
okay.
You're welcome to it, sir. If you think we can remove this.
Do you think?
Actually, it's more of I think I can. We can't do that here.
I tried it and it didn't work. The same.
I saw what happened when you tried. It was horrifying. All right. So we have a rough plan. Get water breathing for Ryland. Get his eyes cleared first. Spend our evening, hopefully not drowning. Then come back, rest. The mid-air clam bake, that's at 8, right?
Clam bake.
It wasn't.
Okay.
It is. It's a little bit later. It's likely 7:30, 8-ish, something like that.
7, 8-ish. Okay.
We also
How much
need
time do we
to
have
get
before we
it-
have to go get ready?
Yeah.
Oh, right. Yeah. The time it takes before that is likely, the Kings
4 hours.
did say that they would call you earlier in the day. So probably sometime around 3 or 4.
Hours we have left, or 3 or 4 is when we get called on?
3 or 4 before the start of the party when you will be called upon. So if it starts at 7, you will likely be called upon at like 2 or 3.
And it is what time now?
3 or 4. It is currently probably like 1-ish p.m.
Is it the same day that it's happening, or is it tomorrow that it's happening?
No, it's tomorrow. So you have about 24 hours until you're likely called to go there.
Okay.
Called
So-
to get ready for this.
Goals are to attempt to fix Ryland's eyes first, maybe, and then if depending upon whether or not that works, talk to Talona.
Yeah. I don't like the latter portion.
I don't think any of us do, but yeah.
Yeah, I think that works.
All right. You want to try going to Kurugu's and seeing if she can help?
I wonder if she'd be interested in a delivery system. The city is quite dangerous. Anyway,
Well, she's also an ally we have, and she hates demons as well, and maybe have a different angle onto whatever afflicts Ryland.
Is there anyone here that can take care of this, you think?
Oh, well,
No, well, like in the palace, not.
I mean, I can do this. I remember her name. I do. Fuck. I do. I remember her name.
Uh-huh.
Oh, Jabali.
There you go, Jabali. Yep.
Jabali could potentially do that, but as Valen mentioned, it was very painful what happened to him, and he nearly died. I don't know if that's
Well-
going to help you.
I also think that it's more of a. She protects the kings, and we've seen firsthand that this isn't easy to take care of, and it jumps to people, and tainting their protector would not go over well.
I don't know if that would happen. I feel as though she would not be afflicted by this.
unfortunately, we don't have any evidence stating that. So
Fair point. And why risk it? We could go out in the desert again to find the small Jerome's, and put his malady on the Jerome, and then, throw it in the air like you did the last time. Do you remember that?
yeah, it's weird. When I did it, I was reprimanded, and that was a fight I didn't pick intentionally for that particular reason. So
I reprimanded you?
No, I got the. People weren't pleased. I thought it was an elegant solution, but
Well, since this is becoming more difficult, I don't remember reprimanding you.
Rylan is just like he has his book up now and he's just like
you're just gonna leave me out here. Okay.
reading about seaweed soups.
Irene and I both have a shot at removing this. I'd really be more comfortable doing that if
Okay.
possible.
Oh, yes. Whatever you think you are the expert in this.
Irene said something.
Yes, Irene's been saying things.
Yes, Irene said we'd have to head out into the desert and seek out something to trade the eyes with and destroy. Kind of a big detour.
Yeah, that is very true. No, you're right, Irene. And Irene does
What
have.
if we didn't have to go far?
Still not the main issue of the plan.
Are you thinking to put it on a lizard in the city or something like that?
We have enemies here.
How dare
Anyway,
you put it on the lizard?
let's. I was not suggesting the lizard for the record.
I did. That's not wrong.
Okay, let's. Do we have everything we need here? If we do, let's go home.
Okay. Yes.
Kruger's.
Kudugoose.
Yes, Irene. Hold up.
Hold up. Wait a minute.
We can locate and isolate another slaver. Okay.
Yeah, but we're gonna start expelling spell slots again. I'd rather just the not guaranteed, but like us throw some effort at it.
Okay.
Because if it goes wrong, now we're fighting everybody. I don't have much left in me.
I mean,
You
I have a
seemed
decent amount, but
averse to combat not too long ago, Irene. So
fair point. Well,
She said, that's fair, and then she just said, "Wait."
maybe the eggshells are giving you some more strength.
Which reminds me, actually, as you wait for Irene to type or Maya to type up what Irene is saying. Okay.
Great idea. We send Rylan out there. He will inevitably find himself in the clutches of some evil woman thing. And then we give the evil woman thing the eyes and then kill it.
that's actually a solid plan. She's right.
Yeah. What?
Oh my God.
He'll get in trouble inside an hour. You leave him loose.
I guess.
The question is he going to find a woman disappointed enough to do something warranting her murder?
I feel like that's okay. Yeah, let's just go home.
We're going to Kudugoose, I believe.
Kudugu. Why are we doing what? Okay.
We need to
I need to breathe on the
spell.
water
He needs to be able to breathe underwater.
Oh yes.
and not be a shark.
And yes, and not be a shark.
Hard stare.
I thought you were very nice. I thought you did very well as a shark, Ryland.
I have to drop off
I
my
don't
staff
know
too.
if you remember this, but the shark didn't fly very well.
No, but that was not your choice. You didn't have
In the shark's
any-
defense, a Ryland would not fly any better than a shark. There would be no difference in that outcome.
I would plant growth my way out of it.
plant growth my way out of it.
You would have a shrub cushion one of the flowers on your shoulder, and the rest of you would slam into the ground.
And that poor flower would be crushed.
Pulverized.
God.
Small reduction of force.
It's going to make like a 20-foot cube of brambles. Just crash all the way through it.
Well, to be fair, brambles are very springy. I did land in a whole bush of brambles when I was growing up. I was like 11 years old and weighed like 90 pounds. And those things are bouncy, let me tell you.
But imagine if you were like 350 falling for a good 60 feet.
I don't know. It depends on how clustered that stuff is.
It would be an explosion.
As all this is happening, I imagine Quadrona with the highest passive perception kind of like looks elsewhere for a moment. And the librarian, once again, has just not been reading anything. I've just been listening in on what this conversation has been for the last, like, 30 minutes or so.
Wide-eyed Quadrona.
No, but I the rest of you would notice
Okay.
the librarian is staring.
Yeah, I think that's our cue. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Did you find what you were looking for?
In a way.
Well,
obviously, you know, you cannot take any of the books with you, so if you don't mind, just leaving them where they are, and we'll put them back when you leave.
yes. Thank you very much.
Are you sure you don't want us to put them back? I think I remember this one goes.
No, it's fine. You could leave it on that table, and we'll put it back.
So did you find any good soups?
Try and put them in alphabetical order on the table.
Oh God.
On the table. Sure. That was fine.
So, Nirja gets up and, hands Ryland the books to help him out and tries to put them in order for him. I don't know how many books I got. I feel like it was at least half a dozen.
I feel like he's
Yeah, it was likely more than that.
When he's done, just kind of look over and be like, man, we read some weird shit.
Yeah.
Yes, we did.
Yes, we did. All right, and let's make our way out.
Right, and with that, everyone heads back outside, I'm assuming. And in doing so, you are heading towards Kudugu's, the Midnight Scale, is that correct?
Yes.
Ryla was going to inquire if there was another healer other than Jabali that could potentially remove a curse.
Who were you inquiring?
I feel like he'd probably ask one of the guards, like, do you know of anywhere where is there a magical infirmary? I don't know if that's the thing.
Go ahead and roll persuasion check. You speak to a guard who looks like he was very busy and like talking to another civilian, but just turns to you and yes.
Oh, he would patiently wait. He would like do the awkward like just.
Yeah, that's fine, but he would eventually like address you essentially.
Bam.
Oh my god, nice roll. Started off.
Yeah.
We do have an infirmary in this city. If magic they use, certainly. Did you need to visit one?
Well, I have this thing. We tried to dispel it ourselves, and it was very difficult. And I was wondering if there was someone in here who could help.
Oh, sorry.
Well, within the palace, that's possible, but it's likely by appointment, depending on the affliction you are suffering. And you see him like staring at you now, like trying to find out what's wrong with you. But afterwards, do you need such services?
He's gonna look to it's like, do you think anybody canceled an appointment?
No, unfortunately. Things are rather busy here.
I guess we'll try. We have for trying it on our own, or do we want to wait?
Let's. We don't have very much time. If we had more time to kill,
I think we do actually.
do we?
We have like, all right.
We still need to rest.
Just to clarify,
just short resting
with the GM here, it's like 4 p.m. right at best.
It's not even 4 p.m. yet. It's likely 2 p.m.
Okay.
We have to go to the clam bake at 8 tomorrow.
Okay.
So we have quite a bit of time.
Okay. All right.
Clam bake.
It's a clam bake in the sky.
It's a clam bake in the sky, baby.
Clam bake in the sky.
Oh my goodness.
It's just an ogre with a cauldron. It's clams.
Oh,
That's awesome. Okay, so I'm sorry. Was there an answer on you guys were just gonna try it on your own, Flandy? Was that what Ryland deduced?
I think Nerja was saying we don't have time, but Valen was arguing we do, so he's just kind of looking between them.
What do we do now?
Like,
We could see how long the
We-
wait is, but maybe.
okay, I'm fine with this. Just please explain to them what you have. Don't
Wait.
surprise them with it.
Yeah, just explain.
Are you coming with me?
Oh, all right. Well, let's go.
Well,
I didn't know if it was like some kind of personal thing between you and your dog. You know what I mean?
well, and also, Valen, remember you did say that we all need to be together at all times.
You are my doctor.
That's
I
also
hope
not what
Chrono
he
is your
said.
doctor.
Valen has always said that no one should go alone. Not like everyone needs to be together all the time.
That's
come
just
up
how
many
you
times.
kind of interpreted it.
Arms interlocked, backs together.
We will never be separated.
Yep, that's definitely the preventers.
Jesus.
You just rotate in like a ball.
Okay, so
Fine.
the guard looks back at you. So, do you need me to show you where?
If you just tell me, I don't want to interrupt you too much further.
All right. Well, we have a long hallway down this direction. You see him kind of like pulling or directing you in a certain kind of hallway of sorts. And at first you're like, oh, that looks familiar because you've been sort of led around the palace in different ways. And one of them was actually to go to the funeral for Garai a while ago. But it looks identical to that hallway, but it's in a different direction. You realize that as you're kind of like looking off to the other side. But he starts explaining that you have to go down and make a right and go up some other stairs that look very similar to the royal stairs, but they're not. And then you have to also go across another hallway, and then you'll see a large sign. But he's saying all of this out loud, and he's just trying
Not
to
royal stairway, large sign. Got it.
okay. You'll be all right. If you get lost, just ask anyone.
Okay, we'll manage. Thank you very much.
Okay. He's like staring at Ryland.
He's just like, he's looking down, he's seeing how many stairways he sees, and he's trying to see if he can figure out what's a royal stairway and what's not.
Valen puts his small hand on Ryland. It's okay. I got it. We'll get there.
Alrighty. As a group, you head off. I would love to know who's making who's in the front, I suppose, leading the team.
I was gonna say, I think Ryland's up front, but I feel like it is very much Valen, kind of like, not that one.
Then I'll have an int check from the two of you. It's you.
Oh, 10 base. Oh
recalling-
boy.
Yeah. The paladin's like, is that intelligence based?
Here we
Oh,
go.
no.
Yeah, you nailed it.
Hold on. Roll 20's having a seizure. I will.
Oh my god.
This is a time for Comet Turbos. Do you guys like to go fast? I like to go fast.
Oh my god, yeah, there it is. There it is. The best is that you only rolled 4 higher than Flame people because of your bonus. It's just like hilariously high.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is exactly as Flandy was describing, which was like Ryland starts to kind of waver, and then Valen's like, no, we have to go here, buddy. There's a lot of kind of tugging at your like armor to get you going in the right direction, but Valen does thankfully expertly lead you in the correct direction. Likely because Valen has probably of the team spent the most time in a city of some kind, so maneuvering his way inside is not too bad. But much like the lobby, the palace seems very busy. There's a lot of hustling from some of the guards that are there. There are a few citizens that seem to be kind of looking and walking around. Most of them seem like they know where they're going, but there are a few that kind of almost seem like they're sightseeing in a way, just like, oh my gosh, and taking in the interior as you guys follow along the directions that were given to you. And as you go, you do recognize that there seem to be stairs that seem very similar to sort of the waiting room where Gituku and Mugo would kind of take you in and wait to make sure that you were ready to see the kings. But there are subtle differences to it, whereas the king's sort of walkway was mostly wrapped and adorned with various plants and flowers on the way. This one instead seems as though there's more metallic elements to it and sort of filigree and sort of beautiful geometric patterns in the siding of it. But as you head up, you do recognize that as you get to the top, following the instructions a little bit more, you kind of wind in this hallway before you get to a corner where, as you turn it, you recognize there is a line, probably 50 or so people deep. And you can't quite see the door just from the way that the hallway kind of twists a little. But as you kind of turn that corner, you see a small family of halflings at the very end of it, kind of turning to look back at you. A mother, father, and looks like 2 kids, but look like natives of the city, but
do any
look
of them
up at the giant team.
remotely resemble Brophy?
No. Being natives of the desert city, they have very tanned skin and sort of darker hair. The kids especially have incredibly curly hair to the point where it's just kind of almost like a halo, very tightly to their skulls. But the parents look back. You online too?
Is this this is the back of the line?
Yes.
Has it been moving pretty quickly?
On and off, I guess. Sometimes we're walking for a little bit, and sometimes we're staying here. We haven't moved in a while.
No. Okay. What brings you here?
Oh, and the father was speaking to you initially, but then the mother kind of speaks up. Oh, well, we're just checking in on a few things. Mostly art. And she kind of like pats the head of one of the kids. Our daughter hasn't been feeling great all the time. And by the way, these are halflings. So the halfling child is like 1.5 feet tall or so. So for Ryland, it's like it doesn't even reach her knee. But she's sort of patting the head of this child, and she hasn't been feeling well. And a lot of times, whatever magic they can work seems to make her feel better. So we're just here and waiting. But it looks like a lot of people need help, I guess, because this line is not this long usually.
This is great and all, but how muscular are they?
They are not wildly muscular like
They're not
Jerome's, which once again were gnomes.
No. I wasn't looking for Jerome's this time. I was looking for Jacklings.
Jacklings, correct.
Fast-paced queuing
Queuing action, nice.
Oh boy.
Exactly.
Is there an elevator music channel?
No, it was great. But after that, one of the kids, the son looks up. What are you here for?
I have something wrong with my eyes.
What's wrong with your eyes? You see the mother like, shh, don't. It's okay. You don't have to ask.
That's fine. I feel like he's about to spill the beans, like just clear in the open.
Elbow to the ribs the second you get too close.
I was like, he's very familiar with that elbow. So he's like, I think my friend Valen has a better explanation. I would go too deep.
Oh,
and does his divine sense, like, is it noticeable when he divine senses to other people?
Like to other people? No, nobody can tell except you when you activate that.
Okay, he's gonna do one then.
Okay, give me a charisma check.
Oh my god,
because
you throw me under the bus and then X-ray the kid. All right, I see how it is.
I really appreciate the because I don't trust you. We're on a line with some halflings, and I think one of them's a demon. So I'm just gonna double check.
He's just trying to see if anything's wrong down the line. I forgot that we were in the super palace of nobody can do shit, even if it's good. At first I was like, oh shit, there is some deep evil shit going. Oh, never mind. I know what's going on.
Like momentary panic and then realizing what it is. Okay, it's not bad. It's not bad. Unfortunately, it's not quite as strong as you were anticipating. You know that the radius of your divine sense extends about 60 feet, if I remember correctly, but it goes quite a bit. And for this, you feel a little bit of resistance. And again, much like Flandy had in real time, you're like, oh, I remember where I am. So there's an attempt to kind of push past, but most likely the casters will catch it first. So Valen and Irene probably notice a few of the wards kind of flare above you on a ceiling that otherwise looked formless and just smooth. A rune or two just kind of flares for a moment and then dims back down. But Ryland, you feel that it kind of extended to about 10 feet before it just fizzled out. And you're happy to know that within that 10 feet, you did not recognize celestial, fiend, or undead.
Hey, Valen, did you see that?
I did, and I'm very familiar with those runes. Flashes back to trying to break them with his knife.
Which, by the way, while you were standing on the table where the coffee was a moment ago, fuck that shit.
Did you She's gonna look around like, what? Why did that happen, though?
I didn't do it. Did you?
No.
I know better.
Ryland's just like,
And with that, it's like a
I know better. Who doesn't know better in our group?
looks over to Rob.
Ryland, who was standing very rigidly at the moment.
thankfully there's a mask to help his poker face.
Irene's just gonna point out that the runes be like, "That's you."
I'll take his silence as a yes. I think
Ryland will like whisper. Oh, he'll do it, not forgetting that it's not working. Whisper it to the like,
Just whisper it to no one. Oh my god.
Ryland, brother, when we leave here, I need to give you a lesson in magic and wards. It'll be quick. I'll make it simple. You know what? If Irene can help me draw some pictures, I think that'll help. We'll get this going.
In the middle of this conversation, seriously, as the wards went off and as this conversation happened, you can see that the halfling family has like very decidedly turned back forward. Seems to just be kind of tuning out whatever's happening.
I feel like Ryland is gonna go up the line and try and help people to quicken the line, but now that he realizes that he can't do shit, he's just like,
turn the wards out. I want to see Ryland Jesus go around and heal people, little halfling children.
Ryland Jesus.
Ryland Jesus healing halfling children. He's gonna be holding like Cabbage Patch Kids in his hands. Like,
Can
I
I
heal.
borrow your halo real quick? No reason.
This is the most looking Jesus ever. He's got the
His halo is not fully activated here. It's tucked behind his ear. Anyway, you guys are waiting online. Someone, I need a volunteer because we have the beauty of Roll20. Roll me a D60, please.
I would like
Notes.
to. Let me.
D60?
B60,
Yep.
I got it.
This is how. Wait, we want a low roll.
All right.
Just get it there. Kidding.
I did it. It happened.
Oh shit!
Oh shit!
Of course.
It's never. Oh my god.
All right. Time out real quick.
I did it.
If someone in this land turns out to be a Tarask, you are no longer allowed to roll publicly for anything that has anything to do more than yourself.
There's nobody who loves to roll more than Vogley, and there's nobody who doesn't
You got us
accept the
killed
consequences
twice.
more than Vogley. But as you guys are waiting on this line, you find yourselves. You guys let me know essentially how long you feel like you want to wait, but it's really not moving. Probably 30 or so minutes. One or two people you think have been seen, or one or two groups that you can see. Not everyone's here by themselves, but it's not going.
Did we just roll for how long we've been in line?
No, you were rolling to see how many people were seen in a long period of time, and it was 6. 6 people were seen out of 60.
So I
You did
Can
it.
we use an inspiration roll to make more people be seen?
Oh no!
Like I said, this is telling you like how many people would have gone in likely an hour or so. So I'm not like knowing that you guys have a time frame. It's up to you to say like we waited for 30 minutes, and if 3 people were seen, we fucked up. It's up to you. I'm just letting you know.
Yeah.
What the wait is looking like.
Ryland definitely would have asked the group if they wanted to continue waiting. He also would have asked him like, "Do you think if we we go up front, they'll let us help. I know I can help, and Kadrona can help a little bit. He can probably help more than I can, but
well, that's
I
very
think we
sweet.
have a
But
lot of things to do.
yeah, and your heart is definitely in the right place, and that's a wonderful thing to, do for these people. But I'm not sure if you're going to be stepping on the toes of these guys.
I just want to point out there's children here. Did you guys see the creature that came out of you? I'd honestly rather just take this back home. If we're going to spend resources, and trust me, I want to help people. I do.
Yes.
But we have to prepare for a kidnapping tomorrow. So,
in front of the kids. Shh.
That's
Joe,
what he
right?
said.
That's Joe.
we're right. Anyway, we're not kidnapping anybody. Anyway. What we need to do is go back, see Karugu get spelled. Let's handle this on our own. Clearly, the city has its own burdens to bear.
Excuse me.
And furthermore, there's a real good chance you're going to take up a large portion of this man's power removing this. And it's clearly innate.
How many people have queued behind us at this point?
Yeah, you turn to look, and there's a good. It looks like there's probably about a dozen people, but it looks like maybe 5 groups or so. Not everyone is here by themselves.
Just gonna step out of the line and start leaving. She knows how this goes. We can't ever decide anything without 32 minutes of conversation. So she's just
Yeah. Fair point.
she's just gonna make the decision for the group now.
All right,
So
Ron.
you can literally cast this multiple times to stop wasting their time and power.
As we're leaving the line, Riley's just doing quick scans to see if anybody's like, aha, I can fix you, come with me.
You mean like if anyone like working from the place is going down the line or something? Well, I'm sorry.
No,
what
as
was it
he's-
exactly?
As we're leaving, he's
Mhm.
watching, looking at the people behind him and seeing if any of them has something that he can fix.
Oh, okay.
With
Insight or investigation?
cure wounds, because I think that's all I have.
Is anyone
no,
cure
sorry.
wounds a
Or
boss?
lesser restoration. Cure wounds or lesser restoration. If I can do any of those.
Investigation or insight, I would say, depending on how you're going about it. If you're looking at this like from a medicine kind of perspective, that's the I guess investigation or medicine. I'll take medicine too, actually. Medicine or insight.
Okay. Oh, they're the same. Look at that.
Yeah.
I was stuck on investigation. I was like, I don't want to do investigations.
Oh,
Oh,
They
okay, we're
should be
good.
fine.
Let's go.
Oh wow. Are we pulling Ryland away? Is that what's happening? We're just like dragging him off?
well, no, it's his failure. So like, I imagine that like as he's going, there's just like there's for just a half a second because you get used to the halflings and everyone else, and like you're used to being the only tall person in this environment. But like as you're going, your eyes are kind of low, and you're like, all right, I'm just checking over everybody. And for just a second, you nearly walk into someone who, when you do, your eyes are about chest height. Like in the surprise, you turn to look up, and there seems to be what you can only describe as possibly a half ogre of some kind, very, very tall woman standing in line, who after you nearly bump into is just, are you waiting to, looking down at you.
He's like looking up to say, hi, I'm Ryland.
He's a disappointer.
We're leaving.
Yeah, Ryland, yeah.
Bye. She just turns away from you.
See, I saw it.
Yes, you did.
It was nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you too. Strange man with
Never
antlers.
met a woman he didn't
You
disappoint.
could have someone and then heal.
For the greater good. Oh no! Okay. So with that sort of shenaniganery on the way out.
Oh
sorry.
boy.
Were you gonna say something, Dennis?
No, I was just gonna ask if he was done embarrassing us, but I think we are at that point.
I think he is. I think you're
Yeah.
good. So you all head out, heading to Kurugu's. Is that correct?
yes, we are going to Karugus.
Okay, I need the D20 from somebody, please.
Can I do it again?
No.
Nope.
Oh, stop. Dubs.
Oh, were you saying dubs? I thought you were saying stop.
Yeah, that's
Stop,
what
stop,
it
stop, 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 stop.
Oh, that's why I need-
Everybody.
All right, roll the 12. Give me a second. I need to open up the shit. Roll me a d8, please.
Oh boy.
Everybody?
Come on.
That's right. You give her that dirty look. She earned that. Hell yeah.
Oh, I didn't even see it. I was too busy reading some
Ah,
shit.
boy.
Fools, whatever you're
Okay.
playing, you stop it right now, and you just leave us. We're trying to go to the store. And you
It's
just
the most gangsta city ever. This is Camden of the desert. Can't go
Okay,
anywhere without getting shot at.
I like how like stuff happens in the city, and you got like as soon as I have you roll, you're like, we're gonna get shot again.
Again.
We got shot before. We're gonna get shot again.
We're
It's
gonna have
just-
another
We're
Get
city.
out of the
all
city.
arrow victims here. Every one of us has been shot several times.
I think this time Fools is gonna
think I
really
have.
nail it home and
Oh, no,
just
I
have like a carriage by, where somebody in the carriage just pops open the door and starts firing.
Carriage by. Technically, it's still a drive-by.
You're gonna roll
because
up
it's
real
not a drive-by.
slow, just like you're staring at the window. Like,
I think it's gonna be the Shadowfell version of Revia.
Oh my goodness.
And she's hunting us.
Okay, so actually from I will say Irene, Valen, and Ryland,
just get
you
shot.
can all roll me a d20, please.
See how many arrows are stuck in us.
See,
What is it? Is this to see if we recognize Sadani? Is she here? Is this
see
Sadani?
how many arrows
Hell
are
yeah!
stuck in
Tonight is a sandwich lady.
Oh my
I know.
god.
She's here in the city.
12,
That's why we roll.
And then I need one from Maya.
That's a lot.
5.
Yeah, you got shot 5 times.
Great.
Okay, that's good.
Okay,
Oh,
no, you're
good.
good. You're good. Don't worry, everything's fine. I need you guys.
How many fireballs are getting shot at us?
How many
Yeah.
fireballs are getting shot? Apparently, it is. It's a bit much right now. Anyway, as you guys are heading off towards Kudugu's, you do recognize. Again, there's sort of a busyness to the city that is a little unexpected, but otherwise, you're going about your business and you know exactly where the midnight scale is, so you're heading in that direction immediately. And because there's a lot of sort of movement going on, likely it sort of missed everyone initially that anything was sort of out of the I guess ordinary, I suppose. But Ryland is the first to notice that there's about 4 or so people cloaked. It is daylight, so there is enough to kind of like see their vague sort of humanoid figures. Roughly like 5'5" each of them, not terribly tall, kind of shuffling after you. And I would say that you just kind of notice that they seem to be staring at you when you kind of like looked back. And at the moment, they're probably like 30 feet or so behind you, pretty close.
Of course they
All
are.
right, Fools, insight to
That's
see
kind
if
of
we're
cold range.
reaching into their waistbands.
Mm-hmm.
For what?
They're reaching into their waistbands, Fools.
They are not reaching. Well, actually, the roll the d20s were to see like what order the 3 of you notice, because there were things to kind of notice about these, and Ryland is the first to see them specifically. But Ryland, you would notice that like in their cloaked figures, 2 of them seem to be holding things, but the others just seem to be walking.
All right.
And with your divine sense pulse that comes out, you do not sense anything.
We're about to get served papers.
Are these our snake friends?
To be served paper.
I mean, yeah, snake friends. I think our snake friends would be much more.
I don't think they
Oh
are
my
friends,
God.
Rylan.
You've
Aren't you
been
racist, boyfriend?
served.
Imagine.
Getting food.
I still have see invis on in case they have invisible swords they're gonna stab us with. But
Yeah.
assuming I don't see anything untoward, he'll just address them like, "You have our attention."
If you're looking for swords hunters, they probably have repeating crossbows. Those exactly they go.
Ryland's gonna be like, don't mind him, he's cranky. Hi, I'm Ryland. How can we help?
Oh god.
As you turn to kind of look at them, there's a moment where they all like kind of like start in place, like startled that you turn to look at them. But now that they're sort of stationary and you are as well, you can see recognizably serpentine eyes and sort of scales along the sides of their faces. And one of them kind of shuffles up towards you.
Want tea?
Hi.
We have been looking for some time. The Guardian, the Naga, was thinking you needed something. So.
And he produces a bundle in his hands.
Oh,
For you.
why, thank you.
It's very kind of you.
It's good to see you guys again. How have you been?
Good. Naga says bad things coming. Preparing to help City and us.
What bad things?
Anything we can help with?
I don't think so. Doesn't have definite answers. Just a few.
Do you have a place to stay in the city? We're just going to run an errand very quickly, and then we'll go back to our home. You're more than welcome to come with.
We will return to our home immediately after you take our gifts.
Ryland's rummaging, like, do I have anything to hand out?
You're giving me your fake ass promise.
Actually, Foos, are there any like food vendors around, like very near us that we could just seize?
Very near us.
Very near us.
Yeah, I know, like the very near us is great. But from what you can see, sort of like looking around, you are in a busy road, especially on the way to the Midnight Scale. There are like a couple of food, like street vendors, but not immediately near you. Probably a 60-foot walk or so, like not terribly far away.
Okay. She's gonna say, may I get you something? And she's gonna offer to, the vendors and whatnot. It's been so long, and you come bearing gifts. It's only appropriate.
No, we have our own food. Thank you.
I know we can't talk too much about some of the issues we've been dealing with here, but in addition to your gifts, does Naga have any other information about maybe some of the things that we've been dealing with? Has he told you?
No, just visions that he sees and directions.
But and the other one that there seemed to be two that were holding bundles, but the other one goes directly to Irene and hands her one as well.
Oh, she's gonna take it and be like, "Thank you very much, and please send our thanks to." I forgot his name, but he can get that thanks.
You never got a name. He just introduced himself as the Guardian.
So please send the Guardian our heartfelt thanks. And will we be able to visit again at some time?
If you find yourself in a sandstorm, yes, most likely. He will find you. But he said this is for you. He sent some of us to go find it for you.
Oh.
Do they notice the weird scale shit she's got going on at this point?
Yeah, you can see that there's sort of a recognition and then a sort of like, not going to ask. That's interesting. Whether it's polite or because being Yuan-Ti themselves, they have, clear scales and they're like, I get it. It's not that weird.
Yeah.
So, there's no acknowledgement.
Oh boy.
Was the Guardian invited to this party that's tomorrow? Are you aware of it?
What party?
Thank you. That answers both of my questions. That's okay.
Okay.
Cliffhanger.
Thank you for the trek and the trip. And you sure we can't give you some? We can make a detour now. You could rest.
Yeah.
You've been walking in the desert this whole time. That's got to be exhausting.
I can help with water if you need it.
The Guardian picks us up and drops us off close to the city. Not too far of a walk.
Okay.
The temple is where the Guardian is, and the Guardian can move always.
we're so grateful you are friends to us, so we offer this as hospitality and as thanks.
You are welcome.
And Maya, in Irene's pack, if she unravels it, it felt sort of fabricy. It was wrapped in what seems to be a linen of some kind, but as you're pulling it away, there's just like an undeniable sort of shine of light that comes out from it. Sort of beautiful and almost rainbow, until you recognize that the colors seem to be red, orange, and blue. And it seems to almost be some kind of scarf of some kind. But as you touch it, you see 4 or so little stones kind of erupt from it and sort of hovered softly around it. And even though your phoenix is slumbering currently, you feel him kind of stir a little bit.
I knew he was gay. Okay, so.
Hell yeah!
I knew my phoenix was gay as fuck.
He's flaming.
So they got him a quiet scarf, and he's just like, yes. So these stones, do they like give off any sort of like?
So we can't have anything nice.
What'd you say?
Do
they give any
give off any sort of like magical resonance or something she can pick up on? Or
you like very quickly pick up that it seems to be mostly fire and cold energy.
She's just gonna kind of bundle it up really quickly because they're in the middle of the city and have been targeted way too many times as it is. And just be, "Can you tell me anything about this gift? It's very beautiful."
It's protection in offense, I believe. Taps into your bloodlines to be powerful. Stones are used as projectiles. Return after.
I got some rocks, y'all.
You literally have magic beans.
No, she has magic rocks. You got magic rocks.
I would also mention, in you just like touching it and kind of feeling it, it is a very like beautifully smooth silk that obviously is magic imbued, but even the texture of the silk feels just softer than any fabric you've touched before. And also in touching it, you recognize that you were able to kind of feel the abilities of this without having to attune to it. So it seems as though this might be usable without taking up an attunement slot.
Thank you. Now she just wants to get back to the crib as soon as possible so she can just examine this thing and like see what it really does.
And in Ryland's bundle,
He's not opening
Ryland...
his yet.
Okay, I was gonna say I don't know if you wanted to open it right now, but
He wants to, but he's gonna be polite and wait.
Okay, so
I didn't even say Irene was opening hers. It just happened.
Sure, yeah, I did make you open it. I apologize. Yes, you're not going to. Yeah. Sorry.
She wants you to open your presents, Ryland. Open your damn presents.
Well, I mean,
No, I should have waited for you. I apologize.
People.
It's okay. It's good. It's good.
Rudest TM ever.
I'm so rude. I'm so
You
sorry.
shut up, Joe.
Rude cannon. Amazing.
So much
No,
shit
she
today.
just
You
tells it
shut
like
up.
it is.
It's amazing. But yeah, after that, they'll kind of nod in your direction.
The Guardian sends his regards. Good luck with everything.
Tell the Guardian and tell Joe to shut up.
Oh,
Tell that Guardian Naga to tell him to shut the fuck up. But afterwards, you see them kind of pulling their hoods a little bit lower and turning to get out of the city.
Kwamethi, goodbye.
Do y'all need help on the? Kwamethi.
They kind of look over their shoulders and
Bye.
before turning to leave.
Ryland was like thinking about using pass without trace form, but he's like, that's probably not a good idea.
Well, it also centers on you.
Yep.
So it's like past that tree, so they walk 30 feet away from you, and it's like, oh well, shit. Yeah, but they head right back off, and you guys are free to continue on to the midnight scale.
Never
So
forget that Rylan was initially racist towards those snake people.
here we go. All right, so you guys make your way to the midnight scale with a very brief interruption, which thankfully seemed to be helpful, and nobody was shot, despite everyone's
Thanks, Tubbs.
thinking they were going to get shot. Yeah, Tubbs, that's true. You did roll that one. But everybody heading out. Hold on a sec. Roll20 seems very upset with me right now. You make it to the midnight scale, which also still seems very busy, much like the rest of the city. But Kadugu's door is open as always. And as you head inside, you can see that she seems to be talking to a few of the guards who are on the other side of her desk, seeming as though they're describing items they might need. However, she does seem to spot you as you walk in and gives you like a brief nod, and then motions towards the blue-skinned tiefling on the side of her desk, essentially on the side of the desk, is the blue-skinned tiefling known as Igudu, who has helped you before. But as you step in, Igudu kind of leans towards you. Did you need something?
Quite a few things, but please, sir.
I need to be able to breathe underwater.
Oh, the spell then. Underwater breathing?
Unless you have this plant, which I don't think you do, but maybe you do.
What plant, sir?
He produces the name of the plant that I don't know if I actually got.
Did I not tell you what the plant? I don't think I did. I do remember having it open, but like I don't think I ever told you what it was.
Congratulations. You played yourself.
You played yourself, exactly. I apologize. I totally had the names. I very much remember having it open. So I'll give you that in a bit. But as you show it to him, I'm not familiar with that. But we do have water breathing scrolls if that's what you need. How many do you need?
How long do they last?
They last up to 24 hours.
Oh. 2? 3?
Long pause.
He's looking at Valen.
2 would be safe.
2 safe. How much?
Well, with your discount, they would be $3.50 each.
I'm looking at the money.
Little pig, come on out and spit out $3.50.
She's gonna pull Valen for a second. Just be like, so the last time we went down there, Rylan was rejected and shot back up.
That was pretty funny.
What if this time it decides to simply dispel water breathing?
That's why you're going with him.
That's why I asked for 2.
You can swim fast, right? He's not that big.
You broke Irene. She turned into the Brendan Fraser.
I'd imagine you're going to face some aquatic drag with the antlers, but if you push hard enough.
Well, his armor will make him sink quite a bit.
He's well aware.
Hold on.
120-pound Irene pushing 300, who knows what. Probably 400, honestly, we're being honest.
Rylan, what are you going to do with a second scroll underwater?
They're magic, right?
You can't cast. Probably.
No,
Well, that's an interesting question. Can you do somatic components underwater?
Somatic, yeah. Verbal. Verbal if you have water breathing. If water breathing is taken off of you and then you have to cast water breathing while you're underwater, you cannot do the verbal components for that.
So, but Irene can't get dispelled of it because it's natural for her. So just give her the second scroll.
Yes. Irene would be able to breathe and talk underwater.
Wait, are you telling me that scrolls are waterproof?
Yeah.
Magic scrolls are, yes. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Son of a bitch.
Regular parchment is not. A magic scroll
That's what I was thinking, yeah.
Also, if that happens, you can turn him into a shark so we can watch him get launched out of the infinite again.
Does Irene know?
I'm not gonna lie. I am kind of looking forward to that if it does happen.
I
don't-
do possess the spell, Valen.
Look, it's not every day you see a full-blown great white get just ejected out of the water. It is
Anyway,
quite the spectacle.
does the piggy cough up the coins?
Yes, he does. I will also mention, Rhineland is incapable of casting or of using the scroll. He can only use divine spells as a paladin. So Irene would need to cast.
So you're casting it anyway.
So Irene or Valen would need to cast it.
No. I'm his
Is it-
steward. I'm his steward on land. You're his steward in the water.
Just because you don't have any more spell slots, is that why?
It's because she's of the water. Get drowned. You see how skinny I am?
You could probably float.
Oh boy.
Egrid was just staring and.
I'm so
two
sorry
scrolls, then?
that they're like this.
I've
Yeah.
heard.
Two scrolls, please. Thank you.
Okay. I will fetch those for you. Is there anything else that you need me to get?
Yes. Valen kind of like 10% Gollum with his staff. I have to drop this off. I believe Kuru is going to work on it.
Yes, I do. There is a work order that has been started. And you see him take it like very, very careful.
Yeah.
There's a certain amount of like intimidation, but there's also an amount of like fascination as he's holding it. But yes,
Michelle is playing a true character right now. They would act like it's about to explode. Sorry.
Oh my god, no, you're good, you're okay. But as he takes the staff of frost from you, the just ice, basically a staff, he holds it for a second, and then I believe she said a day. So likely this time tomorrow. If more time is needed, we will let you know.
Well, if she could hold it on her property, I'm not going to be able to use it tomorrow. So you could take an extra day. There's no rush. Well, for tomorrow at least. Sure. I also wanted to ask you about how your project was going with the gears. I was very intrigued about your progress and your project, and was curious if you were willing to share how it's going.
Roll persuasion with advantage.
God damn it! Come on!
You said advantage, and you're still like, fuck.
Anytime I make him roll a charisma check, he's like, no!
Shit is flat. I dumped it.
And it's great. That's fine. Yeah, you got it. It's not a bad roll, man. There's 16. It's good. But intrigued, that's nerd flirting. There we go. But as he's holding the staff for a second, you see him just kind of staring at it. And the first part of your question he registers, but then it's only towards the end that you see his face kind of light up a little bit. Yes, I had a breakthrough. I have designed various. So each piece of jewelry acts as a node for one larger shielding system.
Shielding, you say?
Correct. And it works without the user being even conscious. It will simply work no matter what. The problem I've been having is having enough charges to make sure it lasts long enough, but so far I have it working up to twice in a day. But after that, it seems to not work or possibly short circuit. When I've tried pushing it beyond that, it has zapped me, but I'm okay. But I have to test it out a little bit more. But so far, it does need a total of about 6 different pieces of jewelry to cover the different parts of the body. But when sensing danger, it will shield the user.
Are you looking for investors? This sounds amazing.
Do you need it field tested?
You see him like stare at Ryland for a second, and then the wizard with many holes in his robes from being shot at earlier that day. Well, Kurugu very much supports my endeavors and very much pays for a lot of my experiments. So it's just we're busy lately, so I haven't been able to play with it as much. We're hoping we can get it to work a little bit better, a little more stable.
Well, first off, that is I applaud you for your efforts in that particular field and going as you have. And second, if and when you decide to market this, I would love to be one of the first customers.
Oh, I'd be happy to. They do require a sort of power source currently that I'm also working on. So once I kind of get that nailed down as well, I will let you know. Like his whole like demeanor and way of speaking has changed just from speaking the sort of nerd talk from like him as the tinker and the wizard on the other
might
side.
be able to help you with the power source. Like I said, tomorrow's going to be tight, but afterwards, I have come across some power sources myself that I've been eager to reverse engineer. I've just had a series of events that have quite literally prevented me from doing that. But when I get the chance, I will do so. And I could send some notes your way if you're willing.
I would really appreciate that. I can share some of my notes with you as well.
Great. I'd love that. Thank you.
It's not often he has to share notes with people.
Anyway, I'll take this back and get the scrolls for you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Yep, back to business. Got it.
You see them kind of like resume business face and head off with your staff. He does come back with the 2 scrolls. Flandy, you're taking care of your... I heard a cat in the background. So, Flandy, you are keeping track of the money that's in your pig, right?
It was It was $350 for both, or $350 each.
It was $350 each.
Yep.
I don't know why. I knew what I wanted to say, but my brain wanted to say both.
It's weird because like Rylan has no idea what money is, but obviously Flandy is quite capable. So it's
Exactly.
How into the hole are you playing this guy?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's going to be all his gold pieces plus 1 platinum, I think, would do it.
Okay. Like I said, I leave the money up to you guys.
700?
Yeah, 700.
Yes.
So
correct.
I don't know if Piggy's going to be happy about it, but that's what it'll be.
Okay. Piggy is very sad. Give me a persuasion check to see how he takes it. Initially, he's very sad to be giving up all the coins, but
Doop doop doo. Sorry, my
Ooh,
roll 20
my
keeps closing
God.
out.
Nice.
no, your persuasion checks have been primo. But you like there's initial sadness on your magic piggy bank who spits out all the money you ask for, and there is still some left, but you can just the body language alone, and even the eyes and the ears tend to kind of like droop a little bit as it does so, and like sad little oinks as it kind of kicks one of the coins towards you a little bit closer. But what does Rylan do to cheer it up?
As he's doing that, Rylan will be like, "Oh wait, hold on," and he'll pull out his little book, and he'll be like, "On the platinum ones, if you give me those first, you'll have more later. You'll have more of the gold ones."
You see it
like
pause for a second and then start gobbling up the gold ones again. And then starting to sort of like jettison other platinum ones until you have a different balance of coins.
I need to shout out Joe's nerd talk over there. He went full mystical nerd talk. Oscillate your posterior, but observe yourself.
Watch yourself. Oscillate your posterior, but observe yourself. This is why you're the booty master.
Yep. Joe being the
Oh,
booty
God.
master, yeah.
243. Okay.
But Ryland, you can mark down that you have 2 scrolls of water breathing.
He will instantly hand one to the Irenes and one to the Valens.
All right. Phelan and Irene, you both have a scroll of water breathing from you right now.
Balin immediately hands his scroll to Irene.
Valen, can I have a copper piece? That's the small one, right?
Yeah,
I
have a silver if you want. What?
I have some copper, and she puts 6 copper on the table.
Oh,
Is that for Piggy?
you want to give it to Piggy?
Yeah. And she just slides the copper and says, "Here you go," and tries to go along and hopefully encourage Rylan to do a little bit better with money, in addition to making satisfying the fact that the pig has have his emotions managed, I guess.
That was such a long way of saying I'm trying to make Flandy and the pig happy. You feel just like almost like
the pig happy.
Yeah. There you go. The porcelain magic pig's mouth just kind of like almost gums the coins out of your hands, but you feel them disappear. And even though there's like vague chewing and like slurping noises, they just disappear down his mouth, which clearly doesn't have like a slot or anything. It just seemingly goes away. And then afterwards, you see the piggy just kind of shake, and you hear the rattling of coins in his belly.
Did you like that?
All better.
Kind of looks up with a very happy blink in your direction.
I think he just gets temporarily. He's like whispering away from him. I
Yeah.
think he just gets temporarily sad when he has to give money away. But by giving him money right back is almost. Maybe I should start asking for more than I need, so I could just give some back to him.
As you're saying this, Igudu just kind of looks over the desk. Was there anything else that I could help you with?
Is that all we needed? Because Rylan will start asking doctor questions if that's all we needed.
Question.
How much does a scroll of dimensional anchor go for again?
I believe she was developing such a thing.
That's
Currently,
right.
she needs it to be anchored to a magic item.
Correct.
Do we have the tongue thing? Is that done? Was that today? Was that the same day that we did this?
No.
How long ago did we drop that bad boy?
No, it was not. It was not the today. Oh my gosh.
I think he would have let us know if it was ready.
It is in progress.
Okay. That's enough from the magic front, at least.
Wait, Valen, you mentioned something about soul jar at some point.
He's giving you like the.
Igudu's eyes widen.
It was.
Using against
Rylan's gonna whisper into the earring, be like, I don't think he likes that.
You're whispering like 5 feet away from him.
Allow me to explain.
She's got to spin it into something that their enemies were trying to use, and she's trying to comprehend.
We are trying to find a way to manipulate, or I guess stop the manipulation of souls in some way, in addition to perhaps capturing somebody who seems to quite literally elude death. So it's not what it sounds like on paper, but trust me, I just didn't want you thinking we were out actively putting people in soul cages.
The spell soul cage is very much a torturous situation.
This person did awful things.
Yeah, look, between the two of us, I would not particularly mind if that happened to that particular individual. I think it was really just the nature of, or the manipulation of transferring a soul to a different place.
Then
Soul cage doesn't last long enough for what we needed to do anyway.
In other words, what he's trying to say in a very long and convoluted way is we're trying to catch a heinous murderer.
Poorly put. I'm trying to create a phylactery for a single person.
I will need a persuasion check from Irene and Valen. And also, I want to appreciate Joe as once again.
No, you don't get to appreciate him. No, you don't.
God
No, you
damn
don't.
it, Joe! When did you freaking know?
Also, Insomnia typed out the lyrics to "I like a big, I like a big."
You said you said investigation advantage, right?
I did not know there was. I said persuasion.
Oh,
Make the party sing 10k points. That is not a terrible idea for
yep. It was
reward.
there. It was.
Oh, there it is. Oh,
All right,
the two of you.
Hold on. Wait, hold on. You can get me in trouble.
You got
I
the
wanna
trouble.
hear
I
you
know what
all
he
sing.
told you.
This is rude.
There,
This is
that's right.
blasphemy.
You guys are getting blackmailed by Insomnia.
I saw that. This is blasphemy.
You get the fuck
Listen,
out of
hold up.
here!
You know what? No, we're not going to let you win because you're going to give her one anyways. We know you. We know your games. No.
We don't negotiate with traitors.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Get out of here. You want
The Homeland
He is not a
Security
traitor.
approach.
How dare you?
Ah,
Oh, as per usual, unkidnapped Joe. What does that mean?
Yeah,
Joe's been very. Oh, I see. Because he gave me inspiration. I see. Trader Joe. Oh no. Oh my god. All right. Anyway. What the hell? I don't even remember what was happening. I just started laughing because of chunkies and inspirations. Oh, the persuasion. Maya, you rolled a 6 to add to your own, which brings you up to an 18 instead of the 12 that you had. But as you're explaining this, the blue-skinned tiefling shopkeep is just okay. I have heard what you have been up to, and it seems to be nothing but positive things for the city. So I will believe that you are justified in what you're doing. However, being an apprentice, I cannot sell those kinds of things.
Naturally.
We'll wait to speak to your manager.
Okay, she should be ready soon.
He didn't say that. He just played.
Okay.
That was a Karen moment.
You didn't
if I
do
ever
it with
saw
the,
one,
like-
I had to. I did. It was that little.
Positive tips
Yeah,
for the
yeah.
city
You know
thing.
what I love is just imagining this Rylan with the white eyes doing the.
I know that's the best part. Is just fucking wide-eyed and Ryland just look very intimidating.
yeah.
Okay, Chad is killing me. Also, I love you guys. Thank you so much for chatting with us and making us smile. Is there anything else that you wanted to do while here? Just to make sure.
Ryland's just gonna. Oop, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
Ryland's gonna bounce off theories of if they could have ways to. He understands that they don't necessarily dabble in the divine magics, I guess. And that this is like a different form of magic, maybe not fully the intricacies of it, but he's gonna ask if they know ways to help channel it, because he explaining, you know, he tried to dispel something and it backfired kind of, and he was having issues with it. And if they
So
have
you're
anything that would
asking
help.
for help with a very resistant spell?
Yeah.
Curse would be more accurate.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I buy player disadvantage? The DM inspiration wasn't enough. Yo,
Wow.
was out for blood.
Wow.
This is why your rolls shrank. No, his rolls only shrank because he wasn't playing Garai. But as you ask this, and Igudu kind of thinks about it, well, he kind of like looks off for a second, and then, give me a moment. I'll ask about something, okay? Okay. And like without waiting, he just kind of steps off for a second. And Kadugu, who is sort of busy speaking with a few of the guards, stops what she's doing to kind of like lean in and whisper with him. But after a moment or two of exchanging a few whispers, the tiefling comes back. She has a specifically warded room which amplifies magic. So you are welcome to try in that space if you need your magic abilities to be enhanced.
Bro, I was gonna look at.
Sounds good
I
to
only
me.
I only got 2 second levels.
I think
However, the
Irene
non-meta way
volunteered
of saying
to.
that is-
Irene volunteered to help you. You guys go in. Let me know if it worked. If it
I'm
didn't,
pretty
I'll.
sure I did not volunteer for anything, but
I could have sworn I heard you say that you had a.
Earlier on, you said I can dispel magic now, same as you
oh,
did.
I thought you were talking about the underwater thing again. I'm sorry.
No, I feel you completely.
Distracted by Joe's treachery. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
His treachery is very distracting.
It is.
By the way, Food,
It's treachery.
is
Yes.
Dubs okay? He was over there looking adorable. Isn't that good?
Yeah, he's okay. He's leaning back.
Okay.
He's doing what?
He's
Lean
leaning
back.
Lean
Lean
back.
back. Lean back.
Maya, as you were saying.
Well, yeah, we'll do the spell thing. Like I said, I was very distracted by Joe's treachery, so
Yeah.
You're fine. It is not treachery. It is I
It's
love it.
treachery
It's
from
great.
us. Get out
I'm
of
gonna
here.
keep asking Joe back to the channel because he's on
Oh.
DM stat. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
He's on the, yeah, he is.
No, you're good. You're good.
Unless
I
he's
love
not.
it. There's more. I got so many points.
we going in the back and casting the spell or something?
I will lead you to the room. It is best that we keep the amount of casters down to 3 at most. Any more and things can be unstable.
You are all welcome. I'll stay here. If you need my help, let me know.
So it will be, and he kind of points towards Irene and Ryland. These 2 then?
Unless you want me to go. I don't mind either way.
Didn't you see the intercept the other thing?
I think either of us, Valen, have a better chance of pushing this thing out.
I think it was just between the 2 of us. We're just trying to figure out who.
Right? Why not both of us?
Well, Ryland's a caster. You're a caster. My tiefling friend here is a caster. That's 3.
Yes. If you do bring, if 3 of you come, I would need to leave the room. In which case, I really hope nothing bad happens.
That's fine. You can go. So, right, using those numbers, I'll go.
At least come long enough to.
No, it's fine, Valen. You keep
At
your
least
spell
come
spots. I got this.
long enough to explain what the other stuff that goes on that you saw, so he's aware.
Also, and he kind of points towards Valen. You have always kind of seen him in your peripheral, but Tomna, as Igudu points, that would be 3rd.
Oh.
How you doing, bud?
I'm fine. Am I being evicted?
No. Don't worry. The sorceress is going to show her prowess here, and try to make the wizards
She's
look
not
bad.
half as bright as you. Like it's cut off as you're handing it over.
You talk like that, Valen. My rolls jinxing them.
As I said, I have no problem staying here. You guys go off and hopefully do what needs to be done. I will warn you, this curse has a tendency to jump to the point where we've isolated people or victims from having it jump to somebody that we don't want it to happen. Now, it hasn't happened recently, but it has the potential to. So, full disclosure, if you're in the room and it gets dispelled and those wards don't take care of it instantly, you're at risk.
Then maybe I should not be in the room and leave the 2.
Sounds good.
All right, I will set up and show you around, and then you will be able to experiment on your own. I will teach you how to activate the runes properly. Follow me, and kind of motions for Irene and Ryland to come follow. And as he pulls you in a direction, you're brought back to the sort of summoning room where you guys, anytime you've used your teleportation circle, has taken you here. And Ryland, you recognize this room as a room that Kudugu used to teleport you to a room to investigate a devil a little while ago. So you guys head to that room, and Igudu kind of squats down for a second and just sort of traces something along the floor before he casts quietly. But as he does, he kind of like motions for you both to step in. And as you do, runes sort of flare up along the entirety of this sort of round room. Runes and colors that you have not seen before, even with your teleportation circle, and even when Ryland went to that other room. But different colors for just a flash before you're all taken to the 3 of you, are taken to a different room. This room also seems to be circular, and much like the other sort of pocket dimension rooms that you have been in, there doesn't seem to be any doors or entrances to this space. It's just a perfectly circular room. There's stone flooring here, and there seems to be a red carpet towards one side of the room with sort of candles that light the area. And there also seem to be 3 different pedestals with runes that sort of glow gently. And I think it's only Irene who would be able to read these, so you can give me an Arcana check if you would like to check what these mean.
Okay, I'll give you the check. Here we go. So, today's rolls. I am lingering in mediocrity, it seems. This
Yep.
does not bode well for the dispel. Wish me luck.
It's good. It's great. Don't worry about it. You walk in and you're like, I am not sure what those mean. Is that how Irene's looking? But as the three of you are put into this room, and you take a second to look at the runes, I think this is a good time to probably take our break, because we're a decent amount into this. So we're going to take our 10-minute break, which is always longer, but we try to make it 10 minutes. Pray for us. So I'm going to round up. I'm going to round up and say that it is 10:25, so let's be back at 10:35, please. We'll be back for more magic shenanigans and silly times.
Before we go,
yes.
I just want to point out that we're not summoning the irate Swami because that would be in your campaign that would happen.
Okay, on that note.
The irate Swami isn't in my campaign.
Yeah.
No, but summoning the big bad by like doing something that you would normally do, yeah, that happens all the time in your campaign.
Anyway,
no,
we'll
that only happened when you recited his names.
We are back, and apparently, I'm getting all the inspirations because tardy players. So haha, take that. No, I'm just kidding.
Because we are in a den of filthy traitors.
We are not in a den of filthy traitors. How dare you?
We just call this ephemeral loyalty. That should be the new name of our band.
Very thoughtful, okay? But we are back. I'm just gonna grab one more thing, and then we're gonna pick up with Ryland and Irene in a magic amplified room with Iguru, who's going to explain to the best of his ability what you can do in this room, and that he will be leaving immediately after. So picking up with that, actually let me move you over. Actually not before. I hide the super secret stuff because you can't see it.
Too late. She can't see it anymore because of her low rolls.
Oh my god! All right, so you should
see right there real quick.
You should see one room in particular that is.
It's all black. Never mind.
Yeah, you have to kind of scroll over. It should be in like the top right-ish area.
Yeah.
Until you see it. But you guys are
I don't see
here.
anything.
Oh shit!
Actually, you know what? Hold on, I'll cheat and get you guys
there we
over
go.
there. Okay.
Oh.
I was like, is everyone else good?
Oh. Well.
Yeah. Okay. Also, hi goblins. Remove my constraints. The timer. Hold on. I'll look into that in a bit, Insomnia. But for now, we're gonna pick up with the two of them being led to this magic amplified room. And I would say all of your magic items in this room seem to kind of almost like hum and vibrate a little bit as soon as you walked in. So besides the sort of runes that you recognize immediately in the 3 spots in this room, your magic items seem to be reacting. And in general, there almost seems to be sort of like almost like a static electricity sort of like atmosphere around you. Like there's something that almost feels like metallic in the air. But as you step in, Igudu kind of looks around. Okay, so the idea about this room is if you know the school of magic that you are going to be using, we can rotate the runes to aid in whatever you are attempting to do and make it a little bit stronger. So you will need to step on one of these, and he kind of points towards one of the 3 runes that are on the ground. And Irene, I would say just from you got a horrible Arcana check initially, not horrible, but not great. But as you walk closer to one, as he kind of points in the direction, you recognize that this reddish one seems to be evocation currently. And now that you recognize what that is, it's almost like it's written in a completely different like typeface. As everyone knows, not fonts. So like you're used to seeing it in a very clear manner, but this almost seems like it's a tailored version of that same school. So now that you recognize what it is, you recognize that the red one seems to be evocation, the purple one currently seems to be divinity, and that yellow one seems to be conjuration. But as he motions,
Valen's very school.
Valen's favorite school of magic. But as you're looking around, he points towards one of them. So what we can do is, at most, we can activate 3 at the same time. If you need to cast multiple spells in a row and you know what their schools are, then we can adjust for that. But if you're just casting 1, we can rotate all of them to be the preferred school, and therefore it should help you 3 times as much as a single one would. So what school of magic will you be using?
Considering what we're about to do, I think we need to triple down on abjuration.
Abjuration, of course.
I don't know what school it is, but I wouldn't mind blessing us first.
What?
You're welcome to do that. Do you need your improvement for? Do you need help with that as well?
I don't know. He's like thinking if it would help.
Yes.
He has no idea if it'll help. I'm sure.
But he just kind of okay. Well, we can. What school of magic would that be? Abjuration as well.
Bless.
It's from my leaky.
Here we go.
And you see him kind of like stare for a second, and then
Oh,
if it is the actual spell blessed, then actually I believe it is enchantment.
That is correct. But Brad's like,
Yeah, he's just saying it to you. Okay, I will fix this for you. And somebody, I'll fix that in a bit. Hold on, sorry. No, there's a timer for the inspiration.
good. There should be.
There won't be any more. No, I'm just kidding. But he heads over to each of them and kind of kneels before them for a second, but motions for Irene to come kneel beside him. So if you see the pattern here, it's actually based off of your fingers. And he kind of extends his hand to each of the 5 fingers, kind of hovering over it. And kind of like, you know those super hip globes in the 90s where you could like put your fingers on it and all the like static would kind of stick to your fingers? What is that? What are those
Super
called?
hip globes.
What were they?
That's it. That's what they're called. They're called super hip globes.
Tesla ball, or Tesla.
Oh no, we're
sphere?
leaving it there.
Is it a
Super hip
Tesla ball?
globes.
I
Moving
think
on.
Is it a Tesla ball? I don't think so. I don't know what it's called.
Because
What's that?
I know what you're referring to.
It's a plasma ball. It's a
Plasma
plasma
ball.
ball. My brain, we got there. It's a plasma ball. Much like a plasma ball, as he's extending his fingers over the rune, you actually watch as the rune seems to kind of extend what seems to be almost like bolts of electricity to his fingers. And with that, you see him start to like rotate it. And as he does, the rune seems to rotate between different schools. Super hip globes seems to rotate between schools of magic until it lands on enchantment. So it takes a little bit of focus, but you should be able to attempt it yourself. So I did this one. I'll do the other, but if you'd like to try on the third, might help out.
I would.
Great.
Go ahead, Flandy. Go ahead, Rylan.
Oh, but he
you
was
want me
saying for
to?
you to try.
Oh, I thought he was gonna cast his bless before we start. Oh, but he just wants to try the rune thing. Okay.
Yeah, he's
I'm
having you
gonna
rotate
forward
it.
and try to rotate it over to which he will be using later, which is abjuration.
Okay. So go ahead and roll me an Arcana check.
Okay.
Oh.
You the J.
You can do it. 5d6, 5d10.
Can I get a mediocre bonus?
Yo, why are
I seem to be rolling nothing but 5 today. Can I get I don't know something? 'Cause this is
The
weird.
good news is your DC wasn't terribly high. So I think initially it was almost kind of like when you first arrived and you were like, oh, I don't really I'm not reading the runes fast enough. So so you kind of like went too fast and went past it and were like, ah, shit, and had to go back. But you pick it up pretty quickly, and when you connect to it, you do feel a bit of with your connection to the weave, being a sorceress, you do feel part of that kind of being manipulated in this space. Very much regulated to this space, but you do manage to turn it to the school you were looking for. But with that, he turns towards Ryland. Okay, you may try your bless now.
Wait, isn't his bless enchantment though?
Yeah,
And
the
we can
two
turn it back
the
to
two that
enchantment.
he did, he used enchantment.
Oh, okay.
So 2 are enchantment and 1 is abjuration. Right?
Can she switch it back to enchantment so that his bless is like tripled?
Absolutely, you certainly can.
All right, she's like, hold on one second. I want to make sure this gets everything it can and try to switch it back to the enchantment.
Yeah, you don't need a check for that. The check was just kind of see if you can find out how it works, and you did. So don't worry about that. You rotate it until all 3 are on enchantment. And Ryland, you are free to cast the spell.
Ryland's going to cast it, and as he's casting it, he's gonna like kind of think about. Valen showed him the weird, creepy thing that popped out, right? He did a minor illusion.
Yeah.
I believe he did. Yeah.
Yeah. So he's gonna focus on just the feeling of hunting that thing and dispatching it. Not that it's gonna help it, but that's he's like, all right, gotta hunt this thing. Bless.
All right. As the spell goes off, and do you want to describe what it looks like when you normally cast the spell, or what you think?
It's actually,
or maybe how Ryland does it.
It's gonna have to be 2nd level because that's the slot I have. But yep, it's fine. So it's a 2nd level.
Does he cast
blast.
with his voice? Free.
Girlfriend. Go ahead, Frank. I'm sorry.
Jab and peck.
No! Oh
I imagine he takes a leaf off of his armor and just kind of sets it on his hand, sprinkles the holy water that it would take to do this, and then just kind of like sends it in the air and lets it float up and do its thing.
As you've cast this many times before, and the water seems to always find its way to your targets, no matter how far they are within that 30-foot range. As you kind of spread it upwards, you watch as the water droplets seem to expand to about 5 times their size, still kind of going their ways to the targets, especially. But as they land on the skin or armor or body parts of both you and Irene, you watch as almost like a little bit of sparkle seems to remain where they kind of sank into the skin or the armor. You all feel blessed. And Ryland, please roll me a d4.
Okay. I do want to say beforehand he would have asked, would you like to be blessed?
No, that's fine. I will be leaving the room, and it doesn't last long, so.
Ryland's like, you never know what's around. You said you wanted a d4.
In a minute, you might die. Yes, d4. Please.
I'm gonna roll the unicorn 4.
Okay.
What? Oh.
Unicorn 4.
Unicorn die.
It's green. Your screen. There's no
it
way.
Is amazing.
There's no way. Okay.
Go ahead, Flandy. Go for it.
I did it. There you go.
Take a picture and put it in our chat again, our Discord. I know you've put it many times before, but do it again.
In the disky.
Diskies. This feels like I need a manual roll.
Okay.
Here we go. It is.
This mountain, trolley mountain.
It's a 4.
Trolley mountain.
Trolley.
What did you get, Flandy?
I got a 4.
Ooh. Okay.
Focus.
So as the bless goes off, and there's just sort of that like sparkle in the places where it touched everyone to be blessed, which is just Irene and Ryland. Ryland, you feel it in the way that spell ended, but it is far more potent than what it normally is. And you recognize that bless gives you a d4 that you have to roll to any attack roll or saving throw that you have to make. You sense that it is enhanced. You're not entirely sure yet, but you know it's definitely more powerful than it normally is. So, with the two of you blessed, Igudu kind of looks around the room. Okay, so I believe we need to change it to abjuration for your spell, and then I will see myself out, and I will return within a minute, just to ensure everything was okay.
All right. Ari's gonna try to turn the dials over.
Ryland's like, I think it worked very well.
Abjuration. She's gonna turn it over to Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar on each of these runes, please. Thank you.
Abjuration.
Abdul-Juration.
Yeah.
Maya, I love you. That is no problem for you. You're able to rotate each of them to where they need to be, and Igudu helps you with one, but not helps you with one, but does one, and then watches you do the other two. Which thankfully you seem to have the hang of it now, and it makes sense for you, thankfully. But once they're in place, he takes a step back towards what you expect would be a door, but again, it's just sort of smooth wall of this perfectly circular room. Okay, I will be gone. The spell is quick, but I'm going to give you the full minute. Make use of your enhanced bless, and I will be off.
All right. Irene's gonna actually look her up before she does this. Guy, she's just over here cracking and doing the shoulder rolls, hopping around.
She's warming up. All right. With that, you see him trace a small rune on the floor before he vanishes from the room, leaving the two of you to cast your spell.
He traced a smaller rune on the floor?
Yes. You recognize it as a... What'd you say?
What that rune is.
Give me an
What
Arcana
that
check
would
if you want to recognize what that was.
Oh, finally,
my
I broke it.
goodness.
Shit.
Let's go. You
girl.
recognize that as a modified teleportation circle. You recognize that he didn't use chalk when he did it either. He just seemed to extend a finger, and you watched as the stone flooring beneath him started to glow in a trail right around his fingers and where he traced. And once he did, and you also remember that teleportation circle takes a minute. This took him 4 or 5 seconds to just trace something that he very much memorized before disappearing.
Sorry, what? Okay.
He's gone.
Do that. I wish Valen was here by. Right. That was a little weird. Hey, Rylan,
Yeah.
considering what was just traced on the floor, this goes Ari. I don't think we're gonna be in money anymore.
What?
I think she was trying to say awry.
You know what? Correct.
It's one of those words where you're like, you need to hear it said.
Listen, I'm all red, but I'm not. I don't have experience with that word spoken. So,
Agreed.
Well,
As
Riley
long
has
as-
no idea what you mean, anyways. So he's just like, "What? What do you mean we're not? Come on, where are we at? Where'd he take us?"
we're still here, but he just drew a teleportation circle on the floor. Very quickly, mind you. It was very strange. I thought he was just an apprentice. Something's not right here.
I don't know. She has lots of rooms in here. I
Thank
went
you.
through the similar portal to go interrogate the demon dude.
She's gonna start her cast, if anything, just to get him to stop talking. Be goofy.
You
to shut up.
it.
And you're in the space. Also, Ryland, you had your helmet on this whole time, right? You just sit here wide-eyed behind your fucking helmet. That's per usual.
He would have left his helmet on.
I know. That's what I assumed, at least. I was just making
Yeah.
sure that was the case. Okay. So, Irene, you can kind of see his eyes if you look hard enough, but you know what to focus on, essentially.
Well, if that's the case, if it's more difficult to see his eyes with the helmet on, she's gonna be like, "Can you pull your helmet off? I need to be able to." make sure."
Oh, yeah.
Does it always make that sound?
I don't know. It does now.
As it like pops off his ears or something on the way out. Irene, you recognize that the V had changed from one of the cheeks previously. His other cheek is also now a V, and he still has one Talona on his forehead.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
And his
Is there
eyebrows-
any mirrors or glass or anything in here?
No, it is all stone and candles.
Rylan, your
Mhm.
face is stranger now.
I'm afraid we'll have to investigate that later.
Yeah. Pass first, and then we'll have a conversation about your face later. God, I said that out loud, and then I heard it in my own ears. We need to sit you down and talk about your face.
Listen, it's scaring the children, all right?
Your face is unacceptable. We need to do something about that. But you do recognize that Bless is starting to fade, as it only lasts about a minute.
Yeah, she's gonna go ahead and cast that dispel. She's gonna cast it using a 5th level slot.
Alrighty. I will also need you to roll your charisma check, your spell casting modifier.
Right.
I need a charisma check from you for your spell casting modifier.
Okay. And then let's get that inspiration ready.
I don't have it.
Dirty
Right,
20.
There we go.
Oh, thank you, Rylan. Thank you.
It's been rough. Let me tell you, for these guys, it's been rough. But yes, with your combined roll of 20.
You roll a 5.
Also, the
Jesus.
bless, right? You gotta roll that in there.
No, bless only works for
It's for
saving throws
saves.
and attack attack throws.
Attacks. We're
Attack.
attacking. We're attacking.
You are attacking
Bad man.
shit out of his face right now.
Poor Ryland's face. I don't know if he deserves this. But anyway, you.
Oh boy.
She finished
You're
the
focusing-
cast and she's just like, I'm gonna slap the ugly out of you.
As the motion goes off, you're relieved also to feel the room kind of working with you. As the cast goes off, much like with Ryland's Bless, the runes all seem to flare in unison as you cast this, and you can feel a little more force coming through your hands as is usual. And as you're casting it on his face, on his eyes. We kept talking about his face; it messed me up.
Well, his eyes are on his face, so
That's true. That's true. As you're casting this and looking at his face, you feel resistance, and you've only kind of been on the receiving end of, taking this spell off. So it's kind of a new feeling for Irene. There's something through the weave that it feels almost like something stuck in a spider web, and you're going in there with tweezers to kind of pull it out of the spider web, but the web around it seems to almost thicken and resist, and almost like more tendrils are pulling that piece back. But you fight and focus along with it, and the room seems to once again kind of help you a bit, as an outside force seems to be manipulating the weave that you recognize is just concentrated in this small space. And there's a pause as you are sort of struggling with this and not sure if it's actually going to pull free and leave your friend with his regular eyes. But after a second or two of this struggle, you watch this very carefully as you're watching his eyes, but it starts to kind of drain upwards, and you start to see Ryland's regular eyes peeking out from beneath the white. It seems slow and painstaking, even though the cast is quick. It takes about 3 minutes before his eyes are fully back to what they were, and the entire time you feel yourself struggling for it to work. But at the end of your cast, Ryland stands with his regular eyes.
Oh shit!
And I need the two of you to roll me an intelligence saving throw.
God damn it. Fucking, I can't roll for nothing today, Foos.
I know.
can do it.
I know.
Come on, Maya, you can do it. I believe in you. I believe in the thing called Maya.
You said it was a saving throw?
I did, yes, saving throw. You are in Ryland's aura.
And you're
So there's
blessed.
that. And you're blessed. Save the bless for a second though. Roll regularly with Ryland's aura, and then we'll do the bless after. Oh!
Okay. Swap.
Let's go! Come on, Ryland.
Oh no.
That's a natural 2. Okay, Ryland, I need you to roll your bless. And your bless is a D4, but with your previous roll of your D4, add 4 to whatever you roll.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
That was a 1 on that. That is why you're rolling a D4.
I got really confused.
Yeah, so
When
did
I
I.
saw the 4, I was like, it's a 4.
I was trying to
but
bait
it's a
the one. I
1.
was trying to bait the one.
Yeah.
He did. He baited it the wrong way.
I thought for a second that maybe you had a D4 as well. I didn't see it in time.
I was like, if we go close to the same time, maybe I can break the laws of probability, which mathematically makes no sense. But anyway, here you go.
Oh my god, no problem, no worries. As
So a solid 12 succeeds, right?
correct, so a solid 12. Yep. With your bless and your intelligence saving throw, Irene, you feel the spell, the affliction, kind of pull away from your friend, and again, you were struggling for minutes, but as it starts to, like, the relief is starting to hit you, Ryland once again collapses in front of you. His eyes are regular colored, but he hits the ground, and it's about that time where a sort of the X and the sideways let's go, it's about that time that the blue skin tiefling returns.
Does he make like a dramatic sigh sound or something?
He is not like damsel in distress fainting. And
Did he have the
there's
energy to like
something-
say anything beforehand?
No, Ryland, it was very much like someone just turned out the lights. You were chilling,
Oh.
and then suddenly it was just darkness.
Okay.
It is very much a spontaneous thing. Like you, as his eyes came back, you were able to make eye contact with a very lucid person before he just dropped in front of you. And as that happens, Igudu returns to the room. I gave you more than a what happened?
I was
Is he
able
dead?
to,
He walks over to like check up on him, but go ahead.
I was able to pull that influence from him, but he immediately passed out. Can she like? She's not. She's gonna just like. You don't mind, Kadrona? Just Kadrona. Sorry.
No one can hear you in this room. Do you need your friends? And as he kind of like leans beside Ryland, you see him kind of like checking his neck, but like he's clearly not a medic, so he's just like, I don't know. Are you alive? What is this?
Yes, he's not either. Yeah, I was gonna call for our cleric friend.
Okay. I'll get him. I don't think he's dead. He's not dead, right? He's not. Please
He's
tell me
not.
here.
He's not dead, but we should probably be quick about it.
How do you know you didn't check Pulse Girl? Goddamn.
She immediately ran over to call Kadrona out.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay.
And you see him tracing another quick teleportation circle under his feet before he disappears.
While he's
and-
gone, she's gonna move
Sure.
over and try to check on him and see if he's all right.
Give me a medicine check.
Okay, but I've never rolled that before, so do I get like a oops bonus?
Okay.
You unfortunately do not.
Search your heart. You know you can get that oops.
The true feelings, you know it's true.
It's hard to tell if he's breathing because he has plate mail and it's kind of barrel shaped around his chest, so it's not really like rising and falling. And he doesn't seem dead. He's still warm. It's a little rough. You're kind of. I don't think Irene is like full panicking, but I think she's not quite like. She doesn't know what to look for, and because the armor is kind of blocking a lot of vitals, she can't really tell. You're fairly certain he's not dead.
She's gonna like put her finger under his nose.
Just,
See if he's breathing.
I think that's your medicine check, and as you do that, you recognize that your finger is fully covered in what you think is sort of egginess, sort of iridescence and shine, and therefore you feel absolutely nothing when you put your finger there. But you're just like a pale sort of egg, almost covered woman. But I'm gonna come back to you in a moment. I'm gonna go back to the rest of the group as Kudugu has been busy this entire time, sort of speaking with various people, but she seems to have acknowledged you guys and just kind of motioned for like, I'll be with you in a bit if you need it, but continues helping various people. But after 5 or so minutes since your friends disappeared, Igudu comes flying down the stairs with a haste you've never seen from the apprentice before, but immediately kind of leans into the group. Most of the time you kind of spoke with him when he was behind the desk, and he very much kind of kept his space and was respectful of the conversation. But with this, he very much sort of positions himself in the center of the group and is just, your friend, the paladin, the antlered, he's down.
What? Okay, can you get me there?
No. I don't. Yeah, I can. I can send you. I can't follow you in though, so I don't know when to come get you. I'll give you like 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes.
I'll need less than that. That's fine. 5 minutes will work.
Okay. Follow me. And like you see him kind of like shuffling off. Like he grabs your wrist basically and kind of walks off with you. But as he does so, seems to look in Kudugu's direction, who recognizes the urgency and just sort of clocks it, but seems to mouth something that Igudu's just like like walks off. But
Sure,
he leads you.
Is even more obvious because of the way Valen walks. And if he's being pulled along in a run, Jesus.
That's true. And you don't even have your staff, so it's probably like exaggerated limp.
Yep.
I spelled that horribly. Holy shit.
A printance.
My brain did not. The fingers and brain were not complying.
Do not. It is okay. But as you are led to the sort of summoning circle, as is, you recognize he starts kind of tracing something underneath your feet. I'll give you 10 minutes. Okay.
Sounds good.
Okay. Also, if you want to change the runes, you have to rotate them and use your Arcana knowledge. I'm sure you'll be fine. He says this as he's finishing the rune in his haste. But you find yourself teleported out of that room and into this very small rectangular or circular room. Excuse me. Ryland is on the ground with Irene beside him. She is pretty much fully egg covered, by the way, at this point. Her hair has remained, that's the word I was looking for, her sort of blue flow. But her entire body between now and sort of the library seems to be fully covered in a very pale, almost chitinous sort of skin. But you see her beneath, sticking her finger under his nose and obviously not feeling anything on her finger.
Valen's gonna immediately check for vitals.
Okay, go ahead, give me your medicine check.
Glad you're here. I was able to remove the eyes, but he immediately collapsed, just like the last time. What spells are you planning on casting? I can go ahead and get the runes ready for you.
Well, depends on what this looks like. Lesser Restoration, Cure Wounds, Evocation. Give me just a moment, and he's going to sit. Why is medicine wisdom? What the fuck?
Yeah, I know.
God, that makes no fucking sense.
Yeah,
that's mad nenners. That's
fucking should not be a nine. I argue I should get is what's it called? Freaking inspiration, because I've chopped up so many bodies in this guy's career. He knows exactly what them vitals are.
Oh, and that's
I have a body right now I can go check on. That's how thorough I am with the body.
No.
I'm never far away from a body.
Yeah,
this
kind
is
of.
how dirty my daggers are.
I'm spitting
This
truth.
is heated nenners right now.
Wisdom for fucking medicine. What is this like traditional medicine bullshit? Am I getting like freaking leopard nads and freaking healing people with it? No, it's like medicine.
I'm sorry.
So
Nads.
Nenners, the good news is this isn't a wildly high DC. It's just higher than a 5.
You know
And
what?
as you-
I feel like
Yeah.
that was an attack on my personhood, and I'm not even care.
Because what you're checking is to see, like, vitals, essentially,
If
if
he has
he's
a pulse,
alive.
if he's breathing, yeah.
Correct, exactly. So, like, you don't need super high. Again, you just need higher than a 5. So, as you're checking over him, there is the breathing and the heart rate. But much like on the rooftop, it seems very slow. His heart rate is likely about 30 beats a minute. Just timing it the way you are. And in the meantime, Ryland, could you give me another intelligence saving throw, please?
He's going to tell you to prepare an abjuration.
Oh, that's already set up then.
Okay.
And roll your d4 plus 4 too as well.
Do I still get that?
You do. You're in an enhanced room that is carrying a lot of the magic that you cast.
Oh, good job, Phil.
Very nice. Very
Good
nice.
job.
Valen will, if he's not seeing his signs, he's going to cast a lesser restoration on him.
Okay.
With my last level 2.
Yeah. Yeah. Nenners.
Hey, you want me to give you some sorcery points? You can probably do it in this weird room.
Probably do.
Okay.
Into a spell
Hey,
level.
it's the one time you can actually get her spell slots.
Yeah, the literal. Well, she's actually offering it this time. Okay. So Irene, did you change all 3?
Yeah, they were already set to abjuration because of the spell.
Oh, yes, all set. Never mind that. I thought I heard you being like I could change it, but yeah, you're correct. That is accurate.
I could change, baby.
I could change, baby. And you're doing lesser restoration, you said?
Correct.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me your intelligence check, which would be your spell casting modifier.
Okay.
And this is going to be amplified.
Okay, good.
Okay. As you kind of reach down to cast this and get that lesser restoration working, your focus very much on Ryland entirely, as he is just unconscious on the floor. And as you're casting this and you feel the room and the runes flare up beside you to help you with this spell, you start seeing the Talona symbol start to fade just a little bit. And like certain parts of it starting to become a little bit more pronounced, and kind of recognizing that particular, you focus just a little bit harder on that spell and the room flares with you. And you're not sure whether to feel relief, but the Talona mark kind of starts coming back into full opacity. And Ryland, roll me one more intelligence saving throw with advantage.
Can I coax him through it and just give him answers?
Give him answers.
Never mind, he doesn't need it.
And yes.
Taking advantage of the power of this room, is there a way that Irene could channel something to help bolster whatever's going on with Balin's spell in this Talona thing?
Give me an Arcana check to see if you can help.
Okay, I will do that. Let's see if I can leave mediocrity again.
Arca bananas.
Yes.
Mediocrity party.
Oh my god, nice roll! With that though, hold on, I need to update you on the husband-cat situation.
Oh. I'm glad his neck is good.
Yeah, his neck is fine. And Nubs actually yelled at him because he was unconscious and he didn't have his lap ready. So he stood on the coffee table and yelled at him. But Nubs slept through it. And I was like, okay, you gotta get your lap ready. So he did, fell asleep again, and then Nubs came on his lap and fell asleep. Okay, sorry about that. Irene, just being able to kind of like tap into this room and recognize that the weave is being manipulated in this room, and you're not entirely sure how, as this is a lot of sort of like academic magic, but you're kind of able to, like, we have so many like music metaphors here, but you're able to like recognize the beat and the flow and the rhythm of what is happening in this room. So I'll say he rolled his check. Go ahead and roll me a charisma check as well. This is going to kind of work almost like an inspiration, so you're going to add to his intelligence check. Oh my
shit!
goodness.
Girl, girl, yeah.
Let's go.
Sorry.
As Valen is kind of struggling with this, actually, Irene, would you like to describe how, in feeling the weave around her, she's able to kind of like focus his thoughts and his spell and kind of condense them into a little bit of a stronger spell? I do have a D4. It's not going to do shit. She rolled. I'm going to roll it anyway. That's a 1.
Take that, Joe. He's just trying to make you
like
get you a new one.
Eyes and like reach out in for a second. Feels like she finds the strings of something and then just pulls them in, and then just focuses them on Valen's back. It's just like, I don't know if this is gonna help, but.
And Valen, there's a pulse from each of these runes that you very much feel. But then, as you're fighting through this, there's a much stronger force that comes from behind you. And you do recognize that seemed to have been where Irene was going. But as you're focusing on this, the Talona mark remains, and it doesn't seem to shift anymore. And at the end of this spell, which is just a flash of a moment, but it felt like minutes, Ryland gasps back alive. Awake. Alive.
Alive? Yep.
I wanted to say awake and alive, and my brain put alive out there instead. But
do I see the new symbol on his face that you guys were talking about?
Yes, correct. You see 2 V's on each cheek, and then the Talona on his forehead.
You back with us, brother?
Did he get shit talked again, or are we?
It was just darkness this time.
At least that you remember.
And last you remembered, you were on your feet.
Did it?
Your eyes are clear, and then you immediately looks at
with
Irene's.
us.
No, you.
Sorry, Irene's eyes are clear as well.
Okay. You
Are his eyes clear? She's gonna just kind of move around it.
Valen's eyes are clear as well.
Doctor face pool.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You're good.
You all right?
Phelan, that wasn't there before.
I think so. He's gonna like close his eyes, and does he feel anything different?
You didn't really feel anything, when your eyes were white, so feels fine, yeah.
Well, everything feels the same.
The symbols shifted when I was attempting to dispel it the first time. I mean, I successfully peeled it off, but it seems like this slipped in.
The ones on the floor over there?
The ones on your face. You have another set.
There's more?
There's
Yeah.
more.
Put stuff back on immediately.
I don't think we can let this ailment affect him ever again. It seems to worsen the grip over him. You can call it that.
I don't disagree. I just don't like our options. Man, I was scared. I'm just glad you're okay. What? The spell went off and he just collapsed?
The spell went off. I fought it for minutes. Felt like 2-3 minutes, and it was very slow. But it like lifted out of his eyes instead of just vanishing in an instant or anything like that. I really had to struggle with it. And then once it was all out, he collapsed.
Well, I felt.
And those symbols.
I had to. There was like a little pressure up in the brain space, and I tried to fight it. I guess I didn't do well.
Yeah, I felt that too.
No, you.
Why you keep Dane Bramaging Frandy every time we do this spell?
I was smiling a little bit because Irene being like, I felt that too. In my brain, I was like, but she was a fucking G, rolled a natural 20 for that intelligence saving throw.
I felt it
too, but I just fucking flexed
I knew
it
it
off
was there.
and it was fine. Yeah. Exactly. Sorry. Anyway.
Yes.
Are you good to stand? We got 10 minutes before our friend comes back.
Yeah, I think I'm good.
9 or 8 now.
He's gonna stand up and start doing some stretches.
You may be
Valen would like try and then just be like, nope. Like I'd try to help you up, but
Do we have any working theories, Valen, about this? About his face? We have
just the overwhelming feeling that I'm over my head.
Working theories about your face.
Well, you said we have time, right?
7-8 minutes, maybe.
It's not really a spell, but maybe I can try and reach out to Unicorn Lady here.
Do
you think those symbols will help?
I came here in a rush. I didn't even get a chance to look at any of these.
Oh, Irene's gonna take a moment to try to explain the runes and how they work, and demonstrate if she can.
Yeah, Valen's a quick study, literally, and you have charisma out the yin yang and can explain yourself very well. You don't need to roll anything. The two of you will pick it up, no problem. She'll explain real good, and Valen's gonna listen real good, and you're gonna get it.
She's gonna follow by asking, man, that is a different way of explaining things. I'm so glad. Wow, I love it when the roles are reversed. So commune. When Cadrono usually casts that, what school is that? It's divination, right? So maybe we should.
I don't know if it's.
It has to be divination, right?
It's not a. Well.
There is a spell divination. It is divination, and it is a spell called commune.
Okay, then there you go.
That's what he was referencing when he was saying I can ask my God for
definite. Oh, I thought he meant like actually just like sitting down in community. Okay.
She's gonna tag team with Valen if he's up for it. Try to spin all the runes over to divination.
While they're doing that, Rylan's just gonna, he's not like doing the full like using his channel divinity or anything like that. But he is gonna like send out a feel like, Can you hear me in here, unicorn lady?
I love the faces he makes every time he does this.
Okay, I'm also gonna not before you, but as you're doing this, I'm gonna ask for an Arcana check from Valen and Irene as well.
Oh.
Also,
Oh,
I have a question. Was Tamna like put on the counter before or something like that? Are there now 4 casters in here?
I also fully expected that Valen handed him off, but
Okay, all right, just making sure. I'm like, wait a minute.
Yeah, no, it's
because my rolls is extra. Like, what the fuck?
Wait, do I get advantage on Arcanas?
Was that additive?
Is your
I don't
halo
know.
on?
Your
Halo was
thing
never
gives you,
off.
Well, only when you go. You put it back on, and that's fine.
Yeah,
I think
basically.
it's only for investigation and insight, but I could be wrong. Please double check.
I'm double checking, but that's my 2.
He's
just in
inciting the
case.
magic.
We're extra, but that is a 2. That was a 2.
Mhm. Yeah.
Okay.
Ow.
Dude,
it's okay.
I must have roasted this guy in the streets or something. I don't know. Like, we were at a light. He got my plate, looked up my account, and and it's just whatever he rolls minus 10. Have a good day.
And then it was just like, this guy's like, get fucked. I don't ever want you to succeed, ever. Okay. So yeah, unfortunately, the two of you literally rolling the same roll. I think you're both sort of skill issue. I think you're both sort of distracted with like the runes and what's going on in here. And Ryland, you focus to kind of reach out to your goddess as you have many times before. And this room is sort of like crackling in a buzz with magic, and you're wondering if it's going to help you. But you very much feel not really a connection with her in the way you normally feel connected. And even though your spells are amplified, your spells are given to you from her. Like, she's helping you out, especially with your oath and such. That's how they're given to you. But it seems like something about this room is maybe difficult to communicate. You can cast, but you can't communicate, it seems. And actually, with that, I'll have you roll an Arcana check as well. Just because, like, you experienced it, so this is him like trying to recognize what's happening. And if you roll higher than them, I'm gonna be so surprised. But
Maybe I'm so sorry.
I'm gonna give you the opportunity.
I gotta roll the unicorn dice. I can't not do this.
They just failed you a moment ago, but by all means, let's go.
No, I didn't. I only rolled it the one time. Oh, good. It already. Look at that.
Never mind then.
Oh boy.
Oh,
You know.
it's just antler.
He rolled it into a tree.
Yeah, you're gonna have to turn your background off, man. There's no way we're gonna see.
Yeah.
Also, you
Well, it's
realize
also
4
too far away.
pixels?
But
Yeah.
What is that? What is that?
It's a 7.
Oh, it's a 7. I was like, please tell me that's not a 1. So that's a 7 plus what? 0?
Plus 0.
Okay. Yeah, you don't know. That's weird. It's not working.
This is an Arcana dampening room, boys. This is we walked in, and that's none of us saw this.
I
We'll
was
never speak
praying
of this.
to the rolled
Plenty.
gods that it would work out.
Just because I want to be a jerk and Joe gave me one, I want to see how low I can get your 7.
God damn it.
Solid
Irene's
5.
gonna kind of lean over to Valen and be like, "We can't tell anyone this happened."
Still a higher overall roll than the wizard.
I won't say anything if you want.
If anything,
Oh,
Valen is the
God.
reason that happened.
Yes, he is a magic dampening force unto himself.
Absolutely.
I don't think I can. I still feel her power, but I can't talk to you. At least, like, well, you know, at least
It's
the Valen.
definitely the reason that happened.
It's probably very heavily worded right now.
Right. But like, you've tried to talk to Yoriana before, and she's given you like signs and stuff, right?
I haven't had she's given me signs. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I normally when I talk to Unicorn Lady, even if she's too busy, she'll just like she'll let me know, like, you know, the red receipt was on, but she's leaving me hanging right now, so I don't think she heard me.
Can I just say, Flandy, you are extra headphones and antlers today, and I love it.
Yeah.
The way it's lining up is so good.
Yeah. I I don't understand.
Well, is there anything else we want to take advantage of while we're here?
Why your face? Nobody else has gotten tattoos.
Well, I know.
like, why
All I
not
know.
Of all the faces, why does your face look like this?
I know Flandy knows why. Does Ryland fully know and understand why the Talona stuff happened in the first place, or does he just kind of like he's aware that it happened and never truly got like the why?
Yeah, it was never explained to Ryland, even as it was happening in your past, and even so, you've been kind of like picking up hints here and there, but I don't think he has the full.
Well, Valen
story yet.
kind of has a theory as to part of it, but he doesn't understand the VV thing. It's one thing for Talona to go out of her way.
Why in here, and why when I attempted to dispel the light from his eyes did it flare up like this?
Well,
It's magic reactive, clearly.
I think what the Quetzals told us, there's some sort of control behind them. Maybe the VV man is trying to take over the control.
Firstly, it sounds like we're playing Shadowrun Returns right now. I kind of love it. Secondly, like we just pissed off some shaman, and we're about to get eaten by bugs. But
some insect shaman. Jesus, those guys are crazy.
Since all three of you are in this room, kind of talking about it, give me a quick intelligence check.
No,
stop making me roll, woman. I'm rolling terrible.
Stop making me roll,
This is a game,
woman.
Nunners. You gotta roll.
You can roll physical
Oh,
damage.
that was not supposed to be an advantage. My apologies. That's a 4.
I think our Reed's gonna carry the team, man.
You
Let's
said
go.
investigation at advantage, right?
I did not. I said intelligence, Nunners.
Okay.
Ugly.
Huh?
I still have my
Oh,
coasters.
yay!
Oh
Yay,
yeah.
the
All right,
coasters.
nice.
I used mine right now. Yeah. hold
Not
on.
bad. I think.
No, I got mine
Oh
too.
yeah, she's got hers right there.
Yeah.
Mine's in the other room, but I still have it.
Friends. Yeah.
Oh. They still don't have their spells back mostly.
Shut
That
up,
was the
Joe.
time. Surprising everybody, a Tarrasque appears in this room and squishes his whole body in, killing you instantly. No, okay. Anyway,
Excuse me, pardon me.
Who left the door open?
excuse me. Pardon me. It hits Irene first and hardest for sure.
Tabasco comes first. Yes, we got some time.
Tarrasque comes out and just smacks the shit out of Irene. No, but Irene, this is the second time today you've seen Ryland collapse in the attempt of kind of curing this eye situation. And since the first one, he kept his mask on the whole time because he still had the white eyes, and it was unfortunate. He didn't want it to be visible to everyone else, type of thing. But between then and now, he got a V replaced, and you probably weren't super close to it, but Valen was explaining that the Talona marks seem to have been vanishing to something else. So it seems like each time he was knocked out, there was an attempt to swap the symbol. And the first time he was knocked out is probably when that second cheek happened. But because he kept his helmet on the whole time, none of you guys knew. So with the second time he was passed out, it was likely about to change the third symbol. But with your efforts and Valen's, you're able to stop it. But all three symbols nearly turn to the V's. And right after that, Valen, you catch on pretty quickly after.
I think
That's weird. I haven't been led down any hallways this time.
that's
I
great.
sleepwalk.
We can't let this man go unconscious anymore.
Did I
Also,
sleepwalk again
shh,
and not know it?
No, man, you did. I wish you did.
you shush your pretty little face, right? Valen,
Pretty. We all. That's the huge issue right now.
he's just like, So every time this happens to him,
Mm-hmm.
and he gets KO'd, those symbol shifts. Do we have any idea what it's building towards?
Nothing good. Anything that we've researched for VV came up 0. Zilch.
And yet, every time the next time we have to dispel you, I hope this never comes up again.
Okay. Tonight, I need you to talk to your sisters. I will go talk to the god of death, poison, and disease.
I love how you said that so casually.
And we'll compare notes. That's what's got to happen. We're at a point where, look, I don't like it either. But do you like just settle down for a sec. Do you honestly think I want to have a conversation on that level?
I mean, she's just gonna put it back. She's gonna find out that they're being taken away. She's gonna put it back, and I'm gonna be back at step one.
Listen, be happy that we're willing to do all of this for your face.
I hate to tell you this, man, but I think it's actually helping you in this regard. Whatever curse or control it has on you has stopped that other one from taking control.
Why are all these gods fighting over me?
I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. We'll figure it out as we go. But
okay,
we need answers, and we need them fast. Also,
should we avoid attempting dispels on him for the rest of the day? Or?
No, I think dispels are fine. We can't let him.
If we have to, though, we definitely have to make sure he has his helmet off so we can observe what goes down.
Foos. Go ahead, Ma.
Oh, she was gonna ask. I was gonna ask. What am I doing? Was there a particular method to the madness with the way their symbols rearranged themselves when she was in that caster battle? And just now, did that happen again? No.
In terms of like what was happening on his face, or
Yeah.
No, the second one on his cheek that had arrived didn't shift or change at all. You just recognize that it was once a Talona thing, and it was no longer at the moment. The only one who actively watched it was Valen, who was over him casting his Lesser Restoration.
Was there a pattern to the way that thing shifted on his face earlier?
A pattern to how it shifted?
Mm-hmm.
No, right? It just faded out. It was just an opacity.
Yeah. Talona was starting to fade, and then because the symbol is a triangle, the V seemed to kind of align with the edges of that triangle. So while most of it was fading, there were edges of the V in that were starting to kind of bolden and bolster. But you seem to reverse it.
I'm worried that his face is a key to something. I don't like what it's going to unlock.
His face is a key?
This is what I'm wondering.
What his face looks like. Except now these two RVs.
As this is happening, actually, the three of you just roll me a d6 each.
A D what?
A d6, please.
A D6.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Would Ryland be able to potentially? So, Find has a theory. I don't know if Ryland's going to be able to put it together all the way, but before he was certain that it was that crazy blade that Budai had. Now that we've gotten it without him,
what are we going to do? Sorry. Now that what?
Now that the bow guy's doing it, can he deduce that they're working obviously they're working for the Melodious Master bitch ass irate spawner guy.
Yeah, he's there.
Yep. Can he deduce that they're getting powers from him?
Unfortunately, I think you don't know enough about the Melodious Master to know what he's capable of giving. I would say that you know that they're serving him probably and are very much tied to him, but I don't think, unfortunately, you don't have enough to go off in terms of what he can do for them.
chicken.
Yeah, it's just like, my brother's Garai would be hunting this assassin right now, this very second. Get on my level. Need those that Garai energy. Anyway, but as like Ryland for a second is kind of thinking about this, Valen and Irene, you both notice as right beneath him, you actively watch as what seems to be a very quick teleportation circle seems to be tracing underneath him. And as he's thinking, he just seems to vanish. And in his place, Igudu arrives. Is he okay? Oh, shit. Is he okay? We can go. We can all leave. Hold on.
Yes,
And he's just, like, tracing on the ground really quickly.
He's
And this
fine.
time-
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, we could go meet him. And Ryland, you recognize that you're placed back into the teleportation room. The big
feel like-
circle just by yourself.
He was starting to pose the question, and like because of the drastic change, he's like, and I feel like by the time they make it back, he's gonna lose train of thought.
It's probably you're there for probably like 20 seconds before the flare, the runes beneath you flare up, and all three of them come back. Sorry. When there's three people in there, I can't quite target. Okay, I'm glad you're alive. Awake. Alive? You seem okay. Are you okay?
Was I
Is he
dead?
okay?
Was I dead?
She's gonna try to turn to him and be like, "Hey, can you breathe with me for a second?
Okay.
Slow breaths.
Uh-huh.
How do you feel?"
I feel okay, I guess. Look, if someone dies because and then
Someone
it's still
died.
like
This wasn't anything to do with your fault. And if anything, you helped us. And
Not
we're very
you.
grateful for it.
Yes.
Thank you.
We probably wouldn't be able to overpower that curse if it
You
wasn't.
did a great job today, and I appreciate the urgency and the professionalism you maintained.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Okay. But he's okay, right? He's okay?
He'll be fine.
Everything's okay.
I think I feel
Alright.
fine. He's gonna like.
Okay.
Irene's just gonna move over to him and try to like pull him so that he's not facing the guy.
Just don't make eye contact with him. Just come here.
So,
He'll be fine.
Okay.
you're not gonna pass out again? You don't feel dizzy or anything? She's purposely turning him so that the face is not visible.
Oh, he put his helmet back on. Yeah.
Oh, he
Yeah, he
did?
put his helmet back on.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank God.
When he said
Okay,
there was more fucked up shit coming when he came back, he got all
Self-conscious.
frustrated.
Yeah.
yeah.
Poor buddy. Yeah. But he leads you back to the rest of the group. Which Yurja, I don't know if there was anything you wanted to do while you were waiting in the magic room. I just wanted to give you the opportunity. I feel like she would wait.
I was
just-
waiting in the magic room or waiting downstairs?
You're waiting like in the magic shop is what I meant to
Okay,
say.
sorry,
So you're just
no, I'm
waiting
just-
in the shop section.
Yeah,
In the magic room.
like just almost like with the worry of an expectant father, just walking, pacing back and forth, and just like, oh my god.
That's the perfect
Doctor.
analogy for what's happening.
Yeah, pretty much. And she's just like, I gotta trust them. She's very upset.
Like one of the nurses runs out and grabs another doctor who like doesn't even practice the same shit. Is like, we just need all that we can get.
How'd the surgery go? Why?
But
Let's
I'm a
go
doctor in philosophy. What the?
That was so
Person
perfectly
collapses on
described.
the train. Is anybody here a doctor? Yes. Of physics.
Yeah.
I'm a doctorate bitch. All right. But you guys are all led back down into the main room with a pacing Nirja. And a still busy-ish Kurugu who very much stares at everyone coming down the stairs very carefully, but then resumes her job as Aguru is just like,
You just sees him do that. And she's just like, all
but
down.
you are relieved to see each of your teammates walking back.
So,
What
Valen,
happened?
we're gonna have to explain everything to Kurugu.
You have to explain everything to me too. What happened?
Stuff. I'm kidding. No, she doesn't say that.
Well,
She
I mean,
wouldn't say that.
you're better with words, and you were there the whole time. But
I'll
we
tell you what.
removed-
You break it down to Nerja. I'll break it down to Kurugu.
okay. We removed Ryland's curse, but it knocked him out again.
Which one?
The eye one.
Good.
Or the one.
You see what you do to us, Foos?
You,
You gotta ask which
Matrix is
one.
a paladin.
We removed the curse. Which
I
one?
tried to resuscitate him, and that caused another reaction. And upon which we had to fight, and with her help and the rune's help, we were able to get rid of whatever that was. And after that happened, he has yet another set of tattoos on his face that we are
Okay.
the VB ones.
All right.
specifically.
So how many tattoos? So there's the T tattoos, and now there's the V tattoos. And how many V tattoos does he have now?
4 total, right? 2 on each side?
I'm sorry, how many V tattoos? No, he has
No.
1 V on each cheek.
The
okay,
triangles just.
Yeah, exactly. Like the triangles almost like reshape into V's.
Okay. Okay, so he has 3 tattoos in total. Okay, so that almost sounds like it wasn't removed, or is that?
The eyes are the problem.
There's a new symptom to this particular issue, but the eyes issue is removed.
Okay, what's the other symptom?
The tattoos and whatever control. It's probably not the best place to talk about this, but we have to get some more information. We have Irene and I are going to talk to our sources and compare notes.
Okay, yeah, no, you know about this better than I. I just want to make sure that I know enough to make sure to help or counteract. But if there's a point beyond, obviously in terms of magic, that I cannot help, unless I can, electrocute him, and that would help. I'm
About
not
that
for
time that
anything.
you recognize the last of Kudugu's customers kind of walking out of the door, kind of walking past you guys, but keeping a healthy berth, where for the first time in a little while, her store was kind of empty. And as soon as that happens, you see her kind of mutter something under her breath and sort of press her hands down. And as that happens, it seems like every candle and light and magic rune in this room seems to dim. And the door, as it closes when they leave, seems to shut silently, even though normally it makes a sound. But as that happens, Kurugu kind of looks up at you with sort of glowing green eyes. Okay, what happened?
We're in trouble. Uh-oh. Run!
Go, Irene!
I did my part, Irene. This is yours.
Just kidding.
You want me rolling flat persuasion checks under 10? I got you.
Yeah. Irene is going to look clearly unnerved by the sudden change in demeanor and be like, well, what happened was we went upstairs to dispel the malady that has been affecting us one by one after our fights with our enemies, the white eye ailment. I think we've discussed this before.
You have. And she's staring at Ryland, who I think you pantomimed taking your helmet off. Okay.
So we went up to the room to increase our chances of dispelling this, because when we did it earlier, it occurred on me and Ryland as well. She's going to explain how the first time they dispelled it, there was sticky fingers and then, he passed out, but Irene didn't because she's fucking boss. And
Did she just refer to herself in the third person?
huh?
No, she's explaining what Irene is explaining.
Oh,
so
okay.
this is not
Right.
Irene verbatim.
I was like, wait, what?
No.
But yeah, she's going to explain that so the first time they got rid of that strange thing, they had to banish it. And Ryland's facial tattoos began to shift. However, we had more pressing concerns with the white eyes and the entity we were trying to get rid of at the time, so we didn't really pay much heed. And then, since we were unable to successfully dispel the white-eyed ailment the first time, we decided to try it here with the power of the runes behind us. And he was really great in setting those up. He was an absolute help. Thank you. I was able to push them out. I was able to dispel it, but it took me about a good 2 to 3 minutes, and the white seemed to bleed upward. But as soon as it finished, he passed out. And again, tattoo remapping on his face. We're still trying to puzzle that one out. As you can see, he came to. He's with us again now. There's a cat in his lap, We don't know how that kid got there.
Everything's fine, but there's this cat that broke in. Irene, give me a persuasion check, please.
Can I do it in advance because I use so many words?
Unfortunately, the amount of words you use do not influence the roll, but I will need a persuasion check.
But I use a whole lot of words.
Words.
Okay.
Baby.
It's not so bad.
I used it already. I did plan you to lower his 7 to a 5. But anyway, as you're saying this, she seems to be kind of maintaining some magic in the room. And her eyes kind of continue to glow that green, and it just seems to as her eyes seem to kind of flare and almost move as though they were on fire. But she listens intently to everything you say and then pauses for just a moment. Ryland, do me a favor and stand directly beneath the threshold of the door.
I feel like the tribal politeness is coming out, and he's like, "Yes, ma'am." He's coming.
As you step over towards it.
Okay.
As you step over to the door, you see her eyes kind of, even in that sort of green flaming appearance, seems to look up towards the runes that are over the door. But seemingly satisfied, she nods and... So, whatever happened down there, something was permitted access to my place, my dimensional spaces where you were. Doesn't seem to be affecting you now. But as such, I will need to take precautions. And she kind of looks towards Igudu for a moment. Next time, ask them more questions, please. You see him kind of hang his head for a moment. I understand what you are combating. And believe me, I am trying to help. But you must be careful. You must be careful who you are involving. And it seems that you've succeeded. But next time, ask me, please. She kind of looks again at Igudu, who has not made eye contact since.
It's not his fault. If I may. Do you know the nature of what intruded?
Of all the runes I have above that door, for each race that I have ever encountered, heard of, read of, documented, it did not light up a single rune, but all of them at the same time.
So it's super mixed?
Yes. Yes.
She'll pause for a moment after saying that, but then continue. Even though all of the runes flared, I could still tell that it was just one.
Just one?
Just one.
And what was that one?
It was one entity. But it set off every single one.
Oh. Oh.
Collector.
Mirror Siswa? Are we talking about the same entity?
Fortunately, my detection system does not find names or titles. Simply security. A little bit of research, but...
Valen, that entity has been collecting people, seemingly from every background, every race. You think it's somehow incorporating them into itself?
That would explain so much, wouldn't it? So,
strong theory.
If it becomes every single race, every single like format, then it has all of their abilities.
Kurugu, you sound like you know more than what you're letting on.
What I'm letting on is I have been interrogating a devil I caught quite some time ago. It did speak of white eyes. Things that you have likely been encountering. But now I'm unsure of how safe that information is to share. I don't have enough, but I am trying.
Okay.
That's
How
fair.
would the information be unsafe to share?
Because the being might still be here.
Is there any way we can check for it? Detect it?
No.
She has every ward I've ever been conceived of up here. If it's trackable by conventional means, I'm sure she's covered it.
Which it doesn't seem to be currently. But that means that I will be closing my shop for the rest of the day, and doing extensive sweeps throughout each of my dimensions, as well as this.
Do you need some extra muscle in case you find something?
I believe you have enough on your table.
That is painfully true, but...
I don't understand why. So he wants us to be extra nice to his ranger, but he's being a whole asshole to us today. I feel like
An entire one.
Ranger shows up, we should just trip. Like before he even finishes introducing himself, we just have to trip him and just.
All right. Yeah,
fun.
Kurugu, I'm so sorry. It was not my intention to bring this upon you. If we can make this right, let me know.
Likewise.
You have been helping the city quite a bit. You have even helped me in a few different ways as well. I know where your intentions lie. This is important to me because this is, to be frank, vengeance for my niece. So as I pull these threads, they are very close to my heart. I will continue to be careful. And don't worry, Igudu will suffer no ire from me. Just a warning, and that's all.
I'll take a moment to explain what I experienced when I was trying to dispel this, and it's for a reason. Perhaps in the retelling, is there a preventative measure we can take to keep from this thing affecting us again?
I'm unsure what to describe this as. Had it been possession, my runes would have picked it up when you walked in. It's not... It doesn't seem to be taking host in your body. Perhaps in your mind instead. It's not something that I can track, at least not yet. But
that
I hope
kind of makes sense. It hurt when when I've dispelled it off Irene, and when she dispelled it off of me, both times I had a pain in my mind.
And that is much harder to handle. I'm not sure what you could do to prevent such a thing, other than strengthen your mind. But considering the things that you have on your plate, I don't believe that is something you can make time for. And even such, you would need fierce dedication to the study, which is not easily picked up.
I heard Enitzeltelic Fortress. Am I learning that now? Out of character?
No, you're good. You're all set.
I have it. Just didn't think I needed to fight the bow bitch. Or really slavers is what I prepared to fight. But
She kind of looks at Valen. You are likely the strongest in this department. In this... whatever you fight against. And I am aware that whatever you fight against is careful. So I would be very cautious if I were you.
I'll heed your words. Thank you. If we find out anything, we'll let you know.
Good. And Ryland, your face. If that third one changes, I very much wonder if your mind will ever be the same.
I didn't want to think about it. But I think you're right.
So.
See, that's your problem. You don't think enough. You got to work that brain muscle so you can get them essays. That's your problem. Think more.
Yeah, you got any intellectual dumbbells?
Psychic lifting weights.
Exactly.
We're gonna get you home. We're gonna bend some spoons.
It's just Irene and Ryland in the kitchen, like, come on, man! Holding up spoons.
That spoon ain't moving. That spoon ain't moving, Ryland.
I feel like someone's gonna walk in, see that happening, and then like there's just Rusey barking in confusion in the corner, and like Tree Bender like doing circles because he's confused too. It's just like, what is happening in this kitchen? Anyway,
Oh, that is amazing.
as this finishes, or as she finishes saying that, she adds to it. So, I believe we have your staff in safekeeping. A few magic items we are currently working on. This may delay things a little bit, you understand, but we'll get back to it.
Take your time.
Sorry you have to deal with this.
And we're sorry we brought it upon you. Well, we have a few theories. Some options, perhaps. He's going to pull away and grab Nerja for a second and just kind of tug her into a corner if she's okay with it.
Yeah, I mean...
As much as my 7 strength will allow. But he just kind of leans it, look. If we fight Budai, and this is whispers, like as far as the two of us can hear it. The bow person, any agent of Mirta Swab's significant power. I need you to promise me that you will do everything you can to make sure Ryland doesn't fall. I can help with the magic part. The physical, I cannot.
That's the mission. He's the asset. It would also probably be wise to have Kemen assist, just because I feel like he has a few more tricks up his sleeve in addition to me, and could possibly get Ryland out of there. Right?
Yeah, I'll inform him. I just...
No, I agreed and understand.
Yeah, and he'll kind of gather his things and get ready by the door for everyone. Just be kind of in thought.
Before we should probably we learned more about the bow guy.
Oh, that is correct.
Oh, yes, Karugo. Actually, Valen, can you seem to have a grasp on what he did.
Not to mention the research we just did at the library.
Yeah.
So, one of his Mirta Swab's agents has a strange musical ability that disrupts magic before it's even cast, which is annoying at best. When he also reacts faster than, I'd argue, most creatures, but he has, when he kills people, these vines with, I think, roses were in there. Try to...
It was mostly flowers. Yeah, they did turn into... well, actually,
If you gave me a specific flower, there's no way I memorized it because I'm a boy and I
Yeah.
ignore all flowers. But
Yeah.
I
Nirja
think
was
the
hit
team
by it.
was able to recognize that like it seemed to be a willow of some kind. So
Yes.
likely it's similar to a wisteria, but not quite.
Yes.
So Valen would
Oh,
know what that
those
means.
are the things I run over at Mom's house. Yeah, we got
Correct.
it.
There you go. Pretty much. Yeah.
Irene's gonna chip in and be like, to elaborate, every time one of us would try to cast a spell, he would count and fire off a shot before we could even finish the gestures or the components. I even tried to silent cast and he still pulled it off.
Yeah. Distance based, perhaps. A metronome. I tried thunder. I heard him, but it didn't disrupt those things.
Well, I think the timing was just him being able to like non-meta attack again.
I thought that was a metronome, him just keeping time and doing things on said time.
Yeah, I don't think that was different than the spell thingy. Besides, it didn't affect my smites.
They seem to be independent of each other.
Yeah. That's trying not to.
Wait.
I was trying to like rylify it.
I hear you. Yeah. I was just making sure it was clear. You're fine.
Yeah.
What you were doing was
And
good.
lastly, towards the end of the fight, I managed to land a disintegrate on him at a portion of his health, which should have just reduced him to ash, but he turned into this weird ball of energy, and
It was almost like Mercury, right?
yeah, that fled at a speed. I mean, inhuman is an understatement, but yeah, we couldn't quite catch it. And to be fair, we weren't really in shape to do anything about it if we did. So,
Actually, now that I think about it,
which is why
we moved. Was it similar to Space Orphan Demon Monster Star thing?
What?
Oh, I gotcha. Wow, I don't know why I understood that, but it did. The one you fought in the orphanage, right?
Yes.
That sounds great out of context. The demon you fought in the orphanage, right? In terms of the way it moves, not quite. The demon that you fought in the orphanage seemed to kind of like phase through things, kind of like even through the ground itself, and just seemed to kind of move through things as if they weren't there. The sort of mercury ball of like liquid metal, when it dashed away, it seemed to kind of respect buildings and stairs or something like that. Like it never seemed to phase through anything. It was just kind of moving very quickly around it.
They were moving around the same speed though, right?
The mercury was faster.
Faster than even that?
Yeah.
Oh, she's gonna try to just like explain the demon thing and then explain how fast the mercury was moving in comparison to that, just to illustrate like I was using Dimension Door and I could not keep up with that first one, and this was even faster.
Yeah, the speed at which it traveled obviously was absurd, but every time he downed somebody, those vines would come up, and if those who were afflicted by the vines had to be dispelled of their curse.
He had a mark for that. It was a mark.
Well, right, yeah, you're correct. He would put some kind of mark, and then that's essentially all the information we have.
But now that's two people that's been able to do the white eyes thing, though. Budai did it originally, and now he's done.
Budai's was different, though, because that one seems to jump. This one doesn't.
That's true. And it was transferred to the blade of his.
Hold on, it did jump. Because Rylan didn't have it. Did he have it?
You did have it.
Cast the spell on Irene.
You absolutely had it.
Okay.
You and Irene were the only
kidding.
ones with the. I feel like he said it just like that too. Just kidding. Yes.
I really got you guys.
Still kind of holding this spell in place and the room and everything sort of dimming. She listens intently to everything you say, and then afterwards, kind of pushes her hands down a little bit lower, and the room dims a little bit more. And there's something strangely almost oppressive about this room now, where it almost feels like the air is sludge, almost like moving is kind of slow and restricted. But she speaks a little quieter than she's been kind of speaking this entire time. So, that assassin likely is a direct connection to who you're looking for. The white eyes and such. You will likely not find a lot of answers from him if you catch him. And from what it sounds as though he moves unfathomably quickly and doesn't seem to die when you kill him.
Is it possible that he has a phylactery?
Is he even alive?
Phylacteries don't quite... If you kill a lich, there is still a physical body. The bones, whatever that lich looked like, you will find a pile of it when it dies. Or at least of its belongings, or what was on that physical body.
Hey, that's how you get the jaw.
If his physical form changed and relocated, that is something else entirely. And if he's able to move this quickly... And she kind of looks at Valen, who I imagine it was like at the end of his conversation with Nirja, but near the door. How much studying have you done about time?
Chronergy? Not a lot. The astral was always eventually where I thought I would end up, so I didn't think about it too much.
Chronothergy? So you can do stuff to time?
There's spells, there's school's magic, somewhat rare that you can manipulate time.
I've tasted you countless times.
Yeah, hastes us. There's magic can manipulate time.
Oh, I thought that was... Oh, so that's
Magic
manipulating...
can manipulate a person. The haste is you are manipulating that person specifically. They move faster, but you're not affecting time. Time stop, for example, is a manipulation of time. If he moves this quickly, and has something to do with... You said he counted beats, almost like a song.
Like a metronome.
Music and time go hand in hand.
Yeah, we can't really seem to jar him out of... I had a thunderstorm centered on him that didn't seem to disrupt his time.
I tried counting offbeat, and that didn't help either.
I don't think you could. From what I'm gathering, from what you are saying, the information you have, and how you encountered him, I am not sure how, but I imagine he is a master at chronothergy of some kind. And that is a study that is rare and arduous and hardly ever mastered.
Is there a chance that when we nearly destroyed him, that someone else manipulated time and pulled him out? Or
Could have been a
pulled him away?
contingency spell.
That's
Possible.
also
Yes.
true.
I
don't have enough information.
It's why we were inquiring about Soul Cage.
Oh. That's the one you don't like.
We were considering the possibility that he might have been a virtuoso lich after studying at the library.
Interesting. Virtuoso lich doesn't seem...
No, there was way too much
perfect.
Physical action. Yeah, witches don't typically fight like that.
Not entirely, but as well as there's no influence of time is what they do. And I worry if you were trying to cast a spell such as Soul Jar to catch this entity before it leaves, it might be too fast even for that.
God damn, that's a reaction.
What?
Yeah, soul jar is a reaction to when you catch the soul as it dies.
I know.
Yeah,
What?
that's crazy.
So does that? So
Sorry.
no, I just to build off of that. So, how can we slow it down? We would have to put it in some kind of time trap or something.
The only spell I know offhand would be Time Stop. But it's not
That's
an
a
easy
little.
spell.
No.
And even so, if he is a manipulator of time, who's to say he can't manipulate that too? The thing is, I don't have enough information, and I don't think you do either. I am just sharing my thoughts. What I have. And with this conversation being as monitored as I can keep it, I'll continue to share information, but be careful who you share it with.
On matters of this, we'll talk to you directly. And with warning prior to.
I appreciate that. And with that, she kind of looks over everyone and then starts to kind of raise her hands as the lights seem to kind of brighten back to their original color, and the room doesn't feel as heavy and sort of thick and syrupy as it did before, and her eyes return to their original color. Okay, so
that I was there, if she's doing that immediately after, Rylan was just gonna like. So that was 2 water breathing scrolls. Thanks for that. I appreciate it. That was we
you
did the
paid already.
transaction.
I need to shut down the midnight scale as something has come up. Have a good day, preventers.
Thank you.
Likewise.
Yeah, she needs to check everything. Yeah.
All right. So here's what I'm thinking. We get like 15 analog clocks. And then the next time we fight him, we just smack him with clocks every turn until he doesn't know how to tell time anymore. It's a great plan.
It's great.
As everyone is heading out, there's a very brief, sharp, and almost venomous look sent at Nirja's backside as you guys head out. But as everyone leaves, the door shuts before anyone can even kind of reach for the handle as it closes. And you watch as all of the curtains are kind of pulled into place. Although Iguru manages to physically close one of them, but the rest seem to just kind of close on their own. But you guys find yourselves outside the midnight scale, which is now closed for business.
How much you want to bet Iguru is the final boss?
So,
Oh, God.
lessons learned. Let's get home and get ready for tomorrow.
When are we going to do the infinite? You want to do it first thing in the morning? You want to do it now?
Let's rest and then we can do it afterwards.
And nobody
Okay.
saw.
Just in case. Yeah.
Valen, how does it work when you communicate with I almost called him Tahabara. Is that his name?
No, Tamna.
No.
Oh, Tamna! Oh my God! I was like,
I thought you were going for like Tabra. I was like,
That's
is actually dead. But
she's like, yeah, he has a space that you go to when you communicate with him, just like when I would communicate with the fuckboy. I think maybe.
Also, I'm assuming, are you guys speaking as you're walking home, or?
Oh yeah.
Okay, just making sure. Go ahead.
I think it's time that I study alongside you guys.
okay. What are you looking to study?
Anything that gives up her upper hand, probably lore on. She looks back at Rylan, his friend, the bad friend, not the good friend. Not to me.
I feel like Rylan's still like, which one?
This indicates the marking.
Yeah. No. All right.
But also, just I guess chronomancy is that what they call it?
I don't know it. I think a library or another mage might be helpful.
Would you stop invoking Joe?
Have you asked? Have you asked Tamna about this?
No, all right. I don't think I'm mentally preparing myself to talk to one of the most wonderful and delightful gods in the history of gods. I have a task ahead of me that I'm not thrilled about. So that's where my mind state is at.
All right, here's what's going on here, right?
Okay.
Now, always you ask for Irene spell slots, but I think in this instance you should be asking to borrow her charisma score. Just
I don't think there's any charm of the pants off a god. I gotta come correct, or I get probably mollywopped.
Hands off a god. Amazing. God.
Fucking well,
I don't think that's happening. I'm just gonna shed some light here. Make a business opportunity there.
Got a pipe lit. Just
yeah, but no, I respect your desire to learn and to better yourself. I can teach you elements of magic that I'm familiar with. Chronology is not one of them. They can be over time, sure, but it's not something I have dedicated myself to. And
I understand that. I just
also,
wonder if our friend knows anything. She's looking towards the orb.
Time Stop is a 9th level spell.
It is. Is that the only time magic?
I mean, if she's suggesting that level of power, I suggest you don't stop your sorceress progression.
She's gonna look a little distant at that one. It's just like, I don't know if I should be relying on that so heavily.
Look, people's talents fail them. That's fine. Your path is your own, so I'm not obviously going to try to force you one way or the other, not that I could. But growing out of that or making whatever necessary adjustments you need to do is part of the process.
Yeah, well, you're not an egg.
I was.
Oh.
Oh.
I didn't say that in character, but
No, I know, but I love that retort was so good.
Look at me now, I'm filing a motherfucker. But you
to be honest, I don't know what this night is going to be for me. It's okay.
Yeah, let's get home. Contact who we need to contact, take our rest. We'll deal with the infinite as soon as we are fully rested, and then prepare for what is likely going to be a disaster tomorrow.
Whoa.
Oh, one last thing. The amulets. Ryland, I don't force things on you. You are my brother. But I insist you wear this until we get at least one of those tattoos off your face.
I'm assuming you're referring to the Pokeball amulet, which him
Correct.
wearing it would do nothing?
But we could transfer you in there. Correct?
I have to attune to it to be able to use it.
Yep. I know I'm asking for a lot, but...
Well, are you asking that he's the one who, like, if he gets knocked out, gets sucked into it?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, then it doesn't take an attunement slot from him, but he does need to concentrate on it for an hour with Irene. She's still going to be attuned to it, but if he gets knocked out,
well,
I think so long as he's within like 120 feet or something, he'll be transported into it.
Okay.
I think it's even 60.
Just imagine Rylan getting knocked out and then Irene being like, Rylan, return. And he's just like, Rylan.
Oh my god, you turned him into an actual Pokemon.
Ryland.
Oh no! Oh no!
In unison, oh no's is amazing. Okay, so is the group heading back to the preventers'
home?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good. But you guys are able to make it back, no problem, thankfully. Just making sure. Now, for the order of events, because I think I heard that you were going to do a few things before you long rest, or were you going to do things after your long rest?
Before.
Both.
Both.
Okay. What is happening before your long rest?
Weren't you going to contact your sisters if you have any spell slots left?
I don't require spell slots to do that. I just need to do the Edgar Allan Poe pose with the skull.
Oh, that
It's
must
a
be
raven
nice.
skull, so it's like this big. So it's not quite the same gravitas.
So you guys can just cast sending without having to cast it. Okay, all right, man, that's cool.
I can only do it once per day.
Valen's going to prepare as much as he can about a communion. But communing with Talona, likely going to take the majority of his rest time, and then when he's ready, he'll after he gets all stuff back. Because there's a chance this can obviously go sideways, so he doesn't want to be like, I only have one level 4 slot and I'm going to get wrecked.
I understand. Okay, so I know it's late, Vogly. I'm so sorry. We're just gonna do this and then finish up very soon, just because I think the long rest is a smooth.
Set with me. That's the only reason. That's the only thing I want to know. You just say she got shit to do.
No, because you said she has to check, and she was very much like, something came up and I need to take care of it after she like dropped all the wards. So being like, yeah, she has to check. It's kind of like, if anyone's listening, that's more suspicious than her saying like, something came up and I have to do it. Okay, so that's why she was like, I was just super vague, and then you were like, no, that's true. She has to do the thing. You know the thing.
Because Vogly is so sleepy and full of rum, can we retcon that, please, just to make
girl,
it better?
That's okay.
I don't want to do that.
Stab you in the back. It's okay.
No, I feel bad. She's got.
Vogel, you're good.
I don't want to fuck up her shit. She's a nice lady. She gave us all this shit.
You're good.
And her niece died. I want to give her a hug. I'm sorry.
Rest assured that no matter how badly you fuck up with alcohol, it will never be as bad as what Flandy did.
I'm not even drunk, so can we back up for a second? Like, this is just Vogel, like, tipsy. I have never been drunk in my life, so
it's okay, girl. You're fine. It's really not that big of a deal. It's literally.
What if she dies? It would be my fault. That's terrible.
You're fine. It's okay. Also,
you might want to pull the ripcord, Foos. I think.
Also, Flandy has done fucking campaign all.
You don't need to throw Flandy under the bus.
You're fine.
We all know what happened. All right, we ain't gonna bring out the past. Everything's fine.
Flandy almost gained over.
What if she dies tomorrow?
Okay. Come on, let's bring it in. I need to finish this up so that we can put you to bed. Okay. So, why is there a free Flandy? What's happening? Okay. So Valen is doing research, and Irene, you're preparing to speak to your sister. Do you need time to formulate your sendings? Because you get 2, and you get 25 words per. So Valen, what are you doing to research, or how are you going about preparing for?
He's just trying. All right, is she capricious? Does she have any trigger words? Are there things that you know what I mean? Like just
how to approach her,
right? Like he's taking the academic approach of like how to talk to Talona for dummies, right? And it's just so that's like the first hour, and then like intermediate is 2 to 3, and then like 5 to 8 is him just mastering it. So he's just trying to be cognizant of what to say. What things are attractive to her in terms of goals and things like that.
Okay, so
you already got like a lot of that from the book earlier.
He has the knowledge, but he's like, it's another thing to like know it. It's something to process it and be prepared for it.
No, you're right.
Exactly. Exactly. So I'm gonna ask for a religion check for you for this because you're don't you you're good at religion on this character.
But this episode is brought to us by the number 2. I don't trust none of these shits.
Can I roll for names?
No, it's his roll.
God damn it.
It's a 4. But thankfully, because of your background with Yoriana, she has given you expertise, and it is very but in kind of going over what you think, oh shit, Kit just gave you a D4 inspiration, Nenners.
Give us bits!
Yeah, Kit!
You're my favorite person.
Yeah, Kit! You're the opposite of Joe tonight. We appreciate
vicious.
Joe.
No! Leave him alone, Joe!
All right. Foos, you've seen almost every D4 I've ever rolled. Even you have to admit, statistically, I am in the bottom 0.00. Like I'm an anomaly.
You're pretty bad with D4s. It's very true.
It's absurd how many fucking ones I roll.
Can I roll?
And
I love you,
this is
Dennis.
years. It's not like I'm like, oh, I haven't doing it for 3 months and I get bad roll. Like it's fucking 2019. I haven't rolled Dookie on.
I have.
Miz, we gotta put Vogly to bed.
Give me
All right,
one minute.
all right,
Sorry.
I'm mad.
Yes.
I'm mad.
Okay.
Sorry.
We're all set. We're getting into it. So in kind of reviewing what you've researched from the Royal Library, as well as kind of her as a person, or not person, as a god, and what you're going to have to deal with. The main things that you know are kind of her focus is the life cycle. Like death needs to happen, things need to stay dead. That's kind of her goal. And also, like in the history of learning about her, her kind of, interestingly enough, her power and her popularity seems to kind of ebb and flow. Anytime there's any kind of like plague or whatever, she seems to kind of come back up or resurge, so to speak. And she's been a little quiet as of late, but maybe she's looking for another resurgence. So between kind of bringing her back in that kind of mindset of her sort of ebb and flow of like disease and power and such, as well as her desire to make sure that things that die stay dead, you feel like those are two angles that you likely have the most success with if you speak with her. And good night, goblets.
Night. Yeah.
But that's your research essentially.
Thank you.
No problem. For Irene, she just said BRB bathroom. So for the rest of you,
because
Can I have a spell slots?
great.
You get No? All right.
Ryland, what are you up to?
Rylan was going to go back into the plant room, and he was going to attempt to reach out to the Infinite, trying to be as careful as he can. Again, knowing that he could get lost in the mind realm of plants and nature and stuff, but the fact that he had that initial connection and then got physically close, he's going to try and do that, and he's going to. He wants to ask. I don't know if he's going to ask or not. Hold on, let me roll a wisdom check.
Okay.
He's thinking about asking for Myliki to help him on his hunt, if you will. Not a war hunt, but more of a hunt for information. But he doesn't know if she's going to be down for that. She's more like, no, you're going to hunt it and kill it, not hunt it and get information. So, let's see.
Yeah.
Okay, he's asking for help.
Oh no. Oh no. All right. So for your first reaching out for the Infinite, go ahead and roll your D100. I will let you know, like, even though your character is you said he's being careful, it doesn't change essentially the DC. I think it's more of a flavor thing for the moment, just so you know, but it's if things go catastrophic,
like he's
it's
trying to be more
gonna...
careful, but it could still go very wrong. It's just like,
right.
Oh, damn
exactly.
it, I thought I was being careful. Yeah.
Right. I just want you to know so it doesn't sound like I'm like, fuck your shit, roll.
Oh no, 100%.
Roll me a
I
D100.
will say he does have his channel divinity still if he needs that help. If it'll, I don't know if it'll help with the infinite part, but if it helps with the Myliki
Not
part.
for the infinite, because your channel divinity is specifically channeling, your Yonary kind of things. Okay. All right.
That's my highest D100 roll in a while.
For real. Flandy is notorious for garbage fucking D100 rolls, and this is great. So, as you settle in the plant room and kind of focus for a moment, it is a little bit harder also just because of your location and where you are. And the home isn't wildly far from the Infinite, but it's always easier to kind of focus on something that is... You turn the bathtub on, is just sitting there and like... the distance makes it a little bit harder, but with Ryland's caution and kind of preemptive preparation for doing this, you find yourself kind of finding a little bit of that connection again. And even though you're in a room filled with plants with water nowhere to be found, you hear the running of water, the lapping of waves almost. the familiar sort of scent of the infinite, and it's kind of soothing. Concerning the day you just had and everything that's happening, it's relaxing. And you feel like you're making a lot of progress before it's very abruptly stopped. And it's not painful or upsetting, it was just quick. Strangely quick. But you're still kind of left with that comforting feeling it left you when you were focused on it.
Does he have any idea? Like, can he fathom why it just stopped?
No, it's unfortunately there's no sense of how this connection is necessarily establishing. It's almost like the other end hung up, and you're like, don't know what's happening on that other end. I just know they put the phone down.
That sucks. I was gonna, if he heard the baby crying again, he was gonna say hello, but we didn't get that. Damn it.
No, you did not.
Huh. Was it a good hang up or a bad was it like a, oh fuck, it's him again? Or was it one of those like, nah, I don't want to talk right now? Can you...
It was abrupt. It's gonna sound very creepy, but it's like the way I'm gonna describe this, but this is the best way I can describe it. So fucking bear with me, all right? It's gonna be weird. It's like you called someone and neither of you said anything. And you just sat there and you had a nice, like, just calm moment together, and then out of nowhere it was hung up. So like no words were exchanged. It was just like there was almost a like, I know you're on the other side, and like I'm aware that someone else is there, but then very abruptly it hung up.
Because someone else is in the house listening. That's why.
Maybe.
Because heard his dad and then the other room just came over and was like, "Who are you talking to?"
Do we hear the screeching internet noises because someone tried to hop online?
Yes, okay.
With the fax noises.
We have a few reasons to kind of rush this, so fucking, I'm very sorry, Fleddy. We'll leave you there. Maya, if you are ready, go right ahead. Did you paste it in?
She's pointing something.
Maya, papaya.
Roll 20.
Roll 20. Oh, another time. I thought you meant I thought you said right now. I apologize. Gotcha. I misread. She whispered me and she said, can I follow up another time? And that's totally fine. For everyone else, just because this was going to kind of happen and it's a little more simple if it happens now as opposed to the next session, so it doesn't bog anything down. With your long rest and everything you have done, congratulations, Preventers. You have hit level 13. So while you are here, please roll me your hit points. And why are you rolling it? Oh, why are you rolling a D100?
I don't know, but can I use that roll?
You cannot.
I just wanted to smoke Flandy on camera.
Okay.
And Joe, they've been level 12 for like quite a long time. So
for not killing the
guy. Hey, Maya got max hit points. Let's go.
Hell yeah, girl.
Congrats.
Nenners, hit your hit dice. You always do some janky shit, but just hit dice, please. They should lose a level. Let's go.
12.
Nice.
That was a 5 out of 4. Let's
we
go.
We re-roll, but you do have to take whatever the next roll is. So go ahead and re-roll.
I'm in triple
Come on, buddy.
digits.
Come on, buddy.
I'm now in triple digits too.
All right. That's still way better.
Much better. Much better. All right, give me 1 second. Let's check something.
I had a feeling,
sleepy.
especially since he was rushing up to bed, but I wasn't sure.
I have to look
get ready to vote. Put your votes in so she doesn't yell at us about that. Votes for stuff.
Yes, please vote. Please vote. And whoever wins the vote will lose a level because Joe says so. And Garai should get all.
No, God damn it! You get out of here! Stop it! No.
Alright, I submitted my vote based on the last.
Hilarious. What the hell? Oh man, I almost read the votes out loud for a second. But yes, please keep voting, please.
I voted. I did it.
Okay. Then you get the fuck out.
I always submit my votes in the form of the 2 votes combined into one name. Sometimes I use people name, sometimes I use character name, sometimes I just mix it up.
Then let's go.
I already sent it to you. How the fuck are you yelling at me, yo?
What? No, you didn't.
Yeah, I did.
I don't see
Do it
shit.
again.
Okay.
He said okay.
I don't see anything. I will screenshot the votes after this so you can see what I got, but this is fucking nothing.
Foos.
He did somehow publicly, even though the looks whispered. What? Do you guys see it?
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Yo.
Netters, I think you whispered my recording and not me.
You did.
You whispered the wrong account so you can see it. Yeah, Joe didn't say anything. I wouldn't have looked. DM Dad Hojo, Rylando, Bailey and Irene, my nephew too. Yo, he's a joke.
What? Where is it?
It's on Twitch. It's the only place you can see it.
Just slash WDM and then freaking space
How
DM.
did that come up?
I don't know.
You DM?
Oh well, no, it has to be GM. Although I don't know how you somehow got that one instead, but that's miraculous. Okay, so with those I actually, you know what? This is nice and easy for me. I don't have to fucking change shit. So, congratulations to Irene and Ryland. The 2 of you are the brand new owners. Not brand new, but continuous owners of Inspiration. Concurrent. And Dubs watches a lot of MMG, so you hear the "and still" a lot when people are fighting for the title and they don't get to swap it over. So "and still," you guys are the new Inspiration holders. So if you guys need any help with your level 13 stuff, we have over a week because I believe Flandy is busy next Saturday, possibly.
I'm busy.
Oh yes, no, the 25th we're off. I apologize. We're off the 25th because that's our week off in March. So we have plenty of time to think about your level 13 stuff. So we will do that. Anyway, stall for me because I didn't search for anyone to raid.
Comment turbos, guys. If you
This map is brought to you by Slightly Intoxicated Vogley. She's been drinking rum, but she's tired and she's ready for the sleepies. And
I've
she
been
totally
up
threw Karugu under the bus.
45.
And number
Karugu
2
was standing there next to the road and got just caperted by a bus.
Stop numbering my sins. I remember them.
Ask your GM what the number 2 can do for you.
Hey, you squared that 2, sir, with a beautiful 4 on the
I
last
did that.
meeting.
Oh my god!
And also,
You did even better.
If you
You
like
did even
Comet Turbos, then you will love Black Hole Breaks. Have you ever wanted to make sure that your speed that
So you ever stop on the break and just disappear from reality?
All right, in
You know
putting
that like a black
Vogley
hole
to bed-
doesn't stop you, right? It just sucks you into it. Like that's the
Exactly.
opposite.
Anyway,
style.
we're gonna
Black
go
Hole
raid Shui X3, and it's mostly because they are currently playing a game that's called Mac and Cheese Delinquents. And I don't know what that is, but it sounds
That
great.
sounds amazing.
We're gonna go raid them. Please have a wonderful night. We'll be back on Wednesday for our Bygone Keep. Thank you, Dubs. You remembered it more than I did. Have a great night, guys.
Good
night, Dubs.
Joe, I love you.
Bye.
Fuck you.
Bye.
Yeah, the cat.